Good morning, everyone. We're going to give it just another minute while there are a few folks coming in from the hallway so they can find their seats. So just bear with us for just another minute and then we'll get started. Okay. All right, good morning again, everyone. And I would like to, some seats up here in the front. Welcome everyone to the City of Palm Coast. This is a City Council business meeting. Today is Tuesday, January the 16th, 2024. It is 9:05 a.m. and we are in the community wing of City Hall. I would ask if you would all rise and please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. Following the pledge, you are welcome to remain standing for a moment of silence to reflect, meditate, or pause for a moment. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Please be seated. And with that, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Alphen.
Present.
Vice Mayor Danko.
Here.
Councilmember Hyder.
Present.
Councilmember Clufus.
Present.
Councilmember Pontieri.
Present.
All members are present.
Thank you. This morning, we begin our agenda with two proclamations. The first proclamation this morning, excuse my voice, is the Stalking Awareness Month proclamation. And do we have members of the public that would like to come up and join me for this? Both of our proclamations this morning are as important as any proclamations we ever pronounce to the public and very near and dear to our hearts. The first is read this way: whereas under the laws of all 50 states, the U.S. territories, the District of Columbia, and federal government, stalking is a crime. And whereas up to 7.5 million people are stalked in a one-year period in the United States, and the majority of victims are stalked by someone they know, And whereas 3 in 4 women killed by an intimate partner have been stalked by that intimate partner, and whereas many stalking victims lose time from work and experience serious psychological distress and lost productivity at a much higher rate than the general population, and whereas many stalking victims are forced to protect themselves by relocating, changing their identities, changing jobs, and obtaining protection orders, and whereas many stalkers use technology such as cell phones, global positioning systems, GPS cameras, and spyware to monitor and track their victims, and whereas there is a need for great public awareness about the nature, criminality, and potential lethality of stalking, and whereas criminal justice systems can enhance their responses by stalking by regular training and assertive investigation and prosecution of the crime, and whereas laws and public policies must be continually adapted to keep pace with new tactics used by stalkers, and whereas communities can better combat stalking by adopting multidisciplinary responses by teams of local agencies and organizations, and by providing more and better victim services, and whereas Family Life Center is joining forces with victim service providers, criminal justice officials, and concerned citizens throughout Bunnell and the United States to observe National Stalking Awareness Month. And whereas Flagler County Advocate Alliance is working to increase public understanding of this problem and mobilize community efforts to end stalking. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that January 2024 be officially designated as Stalking Awareness Month. And I can't tell you how deep the gravity is of this problem and this issue, and you've heard this in some of our statements and proclamations before. The only way that we can begin to scratch the surface of this problem is if every one of us sees something, says something, and becomes involved with the process. So with that, do I have a member of the Family Life Center that would like to comment? Please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelsey Garcia. I'm the youth advocate, and I just want to thank everybody for coming out, and the mayor and his council for supporting us in all of this. And just like he said, if you see something, say something, please. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Let me give you this. If you could just get a picture of everybody here. Come this way. If you would all stay up here with me, I could use your support. So come and gather around the podium, okay? Yeah. I've asked these wonderful people to stay up here with me, kind of surround me with their care and all of the work that they do, because the next proclamation is rather personal. And I make this proclamation on behalf of our City Council. I proclaim it to the citizens of Palm Coast and to everyone everywhere, and a special note to my son, Special Agent Daniel Alphen. This is the Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Whereas human trafficking is the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person for labor or services through the use of force, fraud, or coercion for the purpose of forced labor or sexual servitude. And whereas human trafficking is a $32 billion a year global criminal enterprise and is a crime as well as a civil and human rights violation. and an estimated 25 million people are currently victims of human trafficking of both sex and labor. And whereas human traffickers prey on their victims by promising a life of hope and greater opportunity while delivering only enslavement, instead of delivering people to better lives, traffickers unjustly profit from the labor and toil of their victims, who they force through violence and intimidation to work in brothels and factories, on farms and fishing vessels, in private homes, and in countless industries. And whereas January is National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, we commit ourselves to eradicating the evil of enslavement. Human trafficking is a modern form of the oldest and most barbaric form of exploitation, and we proclaim that it has no place in world great nation of our city. And whereas this month we do not simply reflect on this appalling reality, we also pledge to do all in our power to end the horrific practice of human trafficking that plagues innocent victims, not only around the world, but in our own neighborhoods. And whereas more awareness and education is crucial to eradicating human trafficking in our communities, state, and nation. And whereas Flagler County Advocates Alliance is working to increase public understanding of the problem and mobilize community efforts to end human trafficking. And whereas Human Trafficking Awareness Day is observed on January the 11th in municipalities across the country in order to educate the public and raise awareness about human trafficking, and the City of Palm Coast has a strong commitment to social justice. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that January 2024 be officially designated as Human Trafficking Awareness Month. And I had mentioned before how personal this is, because I take note of the anniversary of my son's death, Special Agent Daniel Alphin, who spent his career trying to make the world a better place by thwarting this heinous crime by everyone. So thank you for your attention, and please, if there's any way that you can help support these fine folks in the terrible work that they have to endure and make the world a better place, please step forward and help them whenever you can. So I offer that to you.
Thank you so much. May I say a few words?
Please do.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Shannon, and I am the Sexual Assault Services Coordinator for the Family Life Center, overseeing both Flagler and Volusia counties. Flagler merged with Volusia County Services for Sexual Violence just this past year, and seeing the camaraderie and collaboration with the community and the City Council for our survivors has been stellar and has been absolutely setting the bar. I want to first say thank you to my entire sexual violence team of social justice warriors, our entire Family Life Center work family, our sexual violence warriors who came before us, who ran toward the flames to make sure future survivors did not have the same barriers, and of course everyone who continues to provide top-notch services to our survivors along their journey. Back when I first started my work in the sexual violence field, human trafficking was not a term that was widely known at all, and just in the past decade, the education and awareness around this issue has increased more and more, and to witness the progression has been so awe-inspiring. However, we still have a lot more work to do, not only as a city, but as a nation. Just last year, Florida was ranked number 3 in the United States for highest human trafficking statistics. There were 781 cases reported and a total of 1,253 victims, 25% of those victims being children as young as age 4, and the average ages being 13 to 14. Sexual exploitation earns up to 66% of the global profits of human trafficking, and majority of these are children, with pimps profiting $200,000 per child per year. My program has aimed to target the adolescent population, and we do work with runaway youth to educate them about the dangers. It is estimated that of all child runaways, 1 in 3 are approached by a trafficker within 48 hours of them leaving their homes. We still have a ways to go with prevention, and we are grateful to not be fighting the fight alone. These proclamations and allowing us the platform to say the difficult words out loud on behalf of every single survivor and their families who walk through our door allow their voices to be heard and the understandably difficult storytelling to fall on ears of people who can help them instead of harm them. This in turn creates safer communities and safe places for survivors to go where there's no judgment and the shame dies. We appreciate you for welcoming us, prioritizing human trafficking, understanding that it has absolutely no place in our communities, and that when it happens, we are there to empower and guide our survivors to healing from the unimaginable. We could not do any of this without your support. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Good morning. My name is Donna Carney. I'm the Victim Advocate Coordinator with Flagler Beach Police Department. I normally don't speak, so I'm sorry. I just want to let everybody know that we do have a Freedom 7 human trafficking task force, which covers our 3 circuits, St. John's, Flagler, Putnam, and Volusia. We have all different types of human services in this task force, along with law enforcement. So they're working tirelessly to try and combat this. But we appreciate your help. Thank you.
We now move to item D on the agenda this morning, which would be number 3, which is a presentation of the technical manual update for infill lots. And Mr. Cody, are you going to, I'm sorry, public comment's going to follow this, according to the agenda.
Yes, good morning, Mayor, Council, citizens.
If
My
I may
name is
just,
Carl
everybody,
Cody, Director
pull
of
your mics
Stormwater
close.
Engineering
Pull your mic
Department.
close so everybody can hear it online. Thank you.
Carl Cody, Director of Stormwater Engineering Department. We have here also Lynn Stevens, who's the Deputy Director of the Stormwater Engineering Department, who will run through our current update on the technical manual today.
Good morning.
Morning.
Just to give you a little bit of background, the Stormwater Department was created in 2005. In 2005, that's when stormwater was transferred over to, created a Department of Stormwater Department. Today we're going to be going over the technical manual and revisions that we're making to the technical manual. The reason for the update is to establish maximum finished floor elevations and other design standards to maximize the impact of grading and drainage of infill lots on neighboring properties. So a little overview about what the technical manual is. It provides guidance to builders and surveyors prior to building, establishes parameters for compliance and approval, In other words, it lets the builders and surveyors know what the city is looking for in order to approve their plans. It does not conflict and cannot conflict with the Florida Building Code or City Land Development Code. It must work in concert with those documents. The section currently under review and update is the engineering section 300 of the manual, which deals specifically with stormwater, finished grade, and finished floor elevations of the new homes. So I've been asked, what is an infill lot? So first of all, the number of ITT platted lots in Palm Coast was about approximately 48,476 lots. There are approximately 9,335 of those lots that are still vacant in our city. An infill lot are platted lots, ITT platted lots. They're not considered private subdivisions. They're platted lots that are either vacant or have been cleared for construction or are actively under construction but not yet finished. You can see on the slide that I've put up there for you, if you look at a couple of the lots, you'll notice that number 64 is under construction, and the next block over, there's quite a few lots that have not been cleared, and they would be one of those 9,335. So what steps have we taken to address some of the infill lot construction issues? We have reviewed the technical manual for these items and came up with some proposed changes regarding the new home grading, including the requirement of the maximum finished floor elevations in relation to adjacent properties. We developed a specific category for infill lot drainage issues in our Citizen Connect cases. That's where the residents can go online and provide us information and lodge a complaint. We've also created a workflow procedure, and we hired a coordinator to take care of the cases as they come in, which is a new addition to our staff. So some of the identified items that we currently have 163 cases. Approximately 97 of those have been visited. There are two teams of two that go out to each one of these cases that comes in. We go out, we talk with the resident who has the issue. We take photographs, we ask questions, and we gather information. We've completed 97 of those site visits. 51 site visits have been scheduled through the end of January. We figure that we should be pretty well done with all of our site visits by the end of January. Some of the identified factors that we have found is some of the older homes will drain onto a vacant lot. Existing homes are retaining their own stormwater. They are required under our existing codes and building codes that they have to retain their own stormwater. They cannot drain stormwater onto adjacent properties. A lot of the items that we're seeing out there is just natural ground compaction. We're seeing a lot of the homes that have had compaction throughout the years. Sometimes we're seeing homeowners have done some modifications, whether they've cleared natural areas that were areas at the back of their property that were left natural during construction. They weren't filled when the house was originally constructed. We've seen some areas where they've removed trees and changed the direction of flow across the property. We're also seeing that sometimes landscaping is making a difference in how water flows off of properties. So some of the changes that we are making to the technical manual is currently the finished floor elevation must be a minimum of 12 inches above the crown of the road. That is a Florida building code, so we are not making any changes to that. Although it says there's no maximum finished floor elevation, there really is based on the percent slope that they have to have. But we have we've established an absolute maximum, both 22 inches above the crown of the road and no more than 10 inches above the adjacent properties. When we talk about adjacent properties, we're talking about the properties on the left and the right. We're also changing currently the front property line, or the house side of the swale, that elevation had to be equal to the crown of the road. As you know, the crown of the road is higher than the edge of the pavement. So what we are doing is we are changing that so that the front property line elevation changes to the edge of the road instead of the crown of the road. And what that's doing is lowering the front of the property, which in turn will help lower that back elevation and the finished floor elevation of the homes. Oops. Some other current requirements is that the final grade must be 4 inches below the finished floor for block homes and 6 inches below for wood structures. When they do their final grading, that's what they must make. They must make sure that the ground elevation is below the finished floor of the new home. That is a Florida building code, and we are not changing anything in that requirement. All stormwater must be retained on the property and not run off onto adjacent properties. Again, we are not changing that criteria. We are still requiring that. Lots must be graded from the back to the front. We are still requiring lots be graded from the back to the front. We're not changing that. But we do have some areas that have stormwater conveyance behind the property, in which case we authorize or we allow what we call a B drainage, which means the property splits in half, and half of the property will go to the back conveyance, half of the property will go to the swale in front of the property. So some future considerations that we're looking at for our technical manual update. We're looking at gutters on homes that utilize maximum building size space. In other words, those that have the maximum setback on the sides. We're looking at, can we require gutters? That's something that we're going to have to research as far as the Land Development Code and the Florida Building Code. Requiring a final lot grade certification by a PE in addition to a licensed surveyor document. There are some cities around the state that do require this. We are looking at this. We're not making this change at this particular time, but it's something that we're going to look at in the future. Silt fencing. Right now, silt fencing is required in certain areas where waters can run off into the stormwater system. We're looking at researching our discharge permit, our MS4 permit, and talking with the state and see what their requirements are, as well as Florida Building Code and LDC, to see if we can require silt fencing on all infill lot construction sites. Many of our builders have been very proactive with this, and they have done a good job putting their silt fences up, but it is subjective. It is not currently a mandate. So our next step, we're going to look to see if we have any feedback. We're going to finish updating our technical manual and get it implemented as soon as possible. We have unofficially been utilizing these standards already in the field. We've worked with our builders and surveyors when we're looking at their drainage plans and their site plans and asking them to put these items into play already, and they have been very cooperative. Develop an informational pamphlet. This will help not only our builders but our new residents to know what their requirements are to maintain the swales and the drainage on the new properties. And finalize our evaluation for future considerations. That would be the gutters, mandating silt fencing, things of that nature. So with that, that concludes our presentation.
Okay, I just have a question then, and Teresa, you want public comment, or you have comments from staff? Yeah, okay, hold on a second. Let me just ask my question first then. You said that the property must maintain or retain its own water. Is there a part of this that has to do with the swales, the ditches, and I'm sorry, the ditches and the canals? Because in essence, the waters that went into the ditches or canals would probably move beyond the property line. Is that well addressed in your technical manual?
That's a different part of the system. You know, there's really three main components to the system: the canals, the ditches, and the swales. This pertains more to the swales themselves. Yes, we have been working diligently on our maintenance of our downstream end of things, but what we look for is to make sure that the swale can function along the roadway. And this technical manual works hand in hand with that. So some of the changes that we have proposed in the technical manual today will help lower those elevations of the property, keep that grading down, help ensure the water stays on that property and gets to the swale and flows down to the ditch.
So there are some updates over and above this technical manual which will have to come into play. I mean, you'll update everything so it's consistent.
Well, I guess you could say that, yes. We evaluate our entire system, so where we need to make changes downstream, we've been making changes to the ditches or capacity or lowering pipes or enlarging pipes. So it's a comprehensive look, yes.
All right, I'm going to come back to the dais because we have a staff presentation, and then we'll go out for public comment next. You had a comment?
Sure. Carl, I want to thank both of you for working on these technical changes, and it appears to me that we're headed in the right direction with this. I just want you guys to be able to assure the public that we're not going to have this problem moving forward.
Yeah, these changes are going to have a positive impact moving forward.
In that case, hopefully we have solved this problem moving forward. I see no point today in pushing for any temporary pause in construction of single-family homes on infill lots, because you've made the effort. Excuse me,
All right, hold on,
folks.
everybody, listen. So,
Excuse me, can I finish, please?
Vice Mayor, just a minute, please, because I'll go through the rules of public comment in just a moment, but we're going to observe one person speaking at a time today, just so that everybody that's here and online can hear how the discussion goes. So please, have some respect for everyone that's speaking. I will make sure that everyone that would like to make public comment today has their share of public comment. So Vice Mayor, please finish.
You know, again, instead I see an opportunity for our community actually to come together and work together and help those who have been through this with no fault of their own, who have been affected by this awful situation. And I've been out to visit a lot of lots, and I've seen some problems out there where folks have been actually affected by this. And what I want to do today is I want to make a motion to establish a Citizens Advisory Committee and task that committee with determining who actually has legitimately been affected by flooding caused by new builds, and then explore all options to help these folks, including but not limited to some financial assistance. This committee would report back to this council on a predetermined scheduled basis to present their findings along with recommendations for remedies to correct the damage that has been done. And there are some folks out there that have been damaged. Let's not forget that. I want staff to return to our next workshop with a presentation on how to create this committee and direction on how council can attract members from our community to join this committee. For staff guidance, the members to this committee will be voted on by this council in my motion and should be open to all folks in our community, including those who have actually been flooded, but also members of our Home Builders Association, our business community, and other concerned citizens, especially those retired citizens with engineering and building experience. I would join them to apply for membership on this committee. Once this committee is formed, I would task our city manager to appoint a staff member to attend those meetings, offer advice, offer guidance as to how this committee can possibly apply for grants and funds, and also assist with our business and building community and others to use their expertise, their skills, their talents to help us take care of this issue. I would also suggest that a council member be appointed as a liaison to this committee and report back directly to council as needed as to the progress or even the difficulties facing this committee. To me, this is a very unique moment and a rare opportunity in the history of Palm Coast, probably not seen since the fires of 1998, for all of us to come together, work together, and show the rest of Flagler, the rest of Florida, what good neighbors we really are in Palm Coast. Look, we're either part of the solution or we're part of the problem, and I sincerely believe we should all be part of the solutions. That's what good neighbors are. So I've made this motion, and I would like to ask for a second.
So, Vice Mayor, if you just, you went through a lengthy explanation. If you could just restate the motion. I think what you're trying to do is you're asking for a motion to form an ad hoc citizens advisory committee. Is that correct?
That is correct. That would be focused on this issue, focused on helping those folks who have been affected by this flooding, and focused on helping us find solutions, financial solutions, technical solutions, help from our business community, our Home Builders Association, all of us coming together to solve this problem for everyone who has been affected. We're moving forward on solving it in the future, and I know you still have more work to do, but you're on a good path. But there are folks out there that have been flooded. I've been to your homes. I've seen it.
Okay.
And I think that that's my motion here is let our citizens have a say in this.
Does the clerk, you have a note on the motion? You're comfortable with it? Okay, so then if there is a motion on the floor, is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a second from Councilwoman Pontieri, so I would open it up for discussion. Now, the only discussion I would have is in formation, is this a monthly report to City Council just to?
As I said while reading through my motion, staff would come back to us with their recommendations on how often this committee would meet and report back to us. Also assigning a council member to this committee and a staff person. We at any time could come back and say, hey, we need to come back to City Council. So it's an update on progress as this moves forward. And keep in mind, this is not going to solve something overnight, but this is going to give everybody a voice and give everybody an opportunity to work to solving this problem.
So, and you're wanting staff to come back with a plan for the organization of this
Right.
committee, we'll call it. City Manager, what's the earliest date that could be
I would like
possible?
this actually done by our next business meeting.
City Manager?
So, Vice Mayor, you mentioned at the next workshop.
Or next workshop, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we can work through the details on that. We can work on a high-level conversation to come back at your next workshop.
Excellent.
It may take subsequent workshops.
And all I'm asking is just give us the guidance we need for appointing people and forming that committee. Obviously, folks are going to have to apply to be part of this committee. We have to come up with a size. Is it 8 people, 10 people, 12 people? I'm asking for guidance from staff, but this is a very simple thing. We've formed committees before. We've appointed people to things. This is not complex.
Okay. I would ask council, in the formation of a citizens advisory committee, is there anything that we need to include that we may have not attended to? Are we good?
No, other than it would have to come back as a resolution, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Pontieri, comments on this? We're discussing the motion at this and the second. Any further discussion at this point?
Regarding this specific motion, no,
Yeah.
Mayor.
Okay. Councilwoman Hyder?
No questions regarding that, but I did have one question that I wanted to ask, excuse me, pertaining to the 22-inch elevation, the proposed 22-inch elevation. That 22-inch elevation, is that going to remedy the problem? And also, are there any existing elevations that are already higher than that?
We haven't found any higher than that in the homes we've been out to visit. But the 22 inches is more of a building code calculation in terms of the slopes, the drop in elevation at the slab, and then the slopes away from the slab, and then the drainage on the lot to get to the swale. So that 22 inches is fairly reasonable depending on how far back the house is and the size of the home on the lot. But you have to be a minimum of 12, so most homes are going to be between the 12 and 22 inches, but the differential between the adjacent home is the 10 inches. So I think that's the one that's more critical in terms of looking at what that new home elevation is going to be that's going to have the biggest impact.
So these homes that are having the problems right now, are they meeting that criteria of that 22-inch elevation, maximum elevation, or are they above that in some cases, maybe they're below it, but my question, I guess, is, do we already have existing elevations that are above that 22-inch?
Well, there are some areas of the city where the homes are 3-4 feet above the roads, but we're talking about our typical roadways are fairly flat, and we're referring to our typical infill lots. And are there any out there that are higher than 22 inches? We haven't found any yet, and like I said, in the ones we've inspected, but there could be some out there that we're not aware of.
So going back to Vice Mayor Danko's question, are we looking at coming up with a solution to this problem by this proposed 22-inch elevation?
Yeah, the changes we made with dropping the swell in the front, requiring the maximum differential between homes, all this is to ensure that the new home stormwater will stay on their property and flow to the swale. That's really our biggest concern, is making sure that their stormwater stays on their property and goes to the swale. That's what all lots should be doing. That's what their intent is for the ITT stormwater design. So our big goal is to make sure that everyone is taking care of their own stormwater and it flows to the swale along the roadway.
So these are going to be definite requirements that are going to be required by our builders and developers when they're building these properties, that they adhere to these guidelines on these properties?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Does that conclude your question?
That's it.
Good, thank you. Councilman Clufus, any other discussion?
Yes, so I think the solution to this is multi-pronged. There are a bunch of different facets that go into this, and one of them is definitely our swale maintenance and how we actually disperse the water off of these properties into a greater function. But I have a few questions. Number one, I was actually at a property out in Seminole Woods yesterday, and the homeowner asked me a few questions. Number one, who is actually driving the higher lots being built next to these properties? So my initial I suspected that it was the developers, but is it the city that was driving the additional infill of fill to actually build the homes up?
No, it's the building code.
Okay, so it's the building code that's driving that. And then number two, why not just make the change for the additional inspection now for the final lot grade certification by a site engineer? That would require the license.
We need to make sure it doesn't conflict with our land development code and that we're not conflicting with something else in the building code. So that is something we're in the middle of researching, making sure we can enact that and enforce it. That is something we can easily add into the technical manual. Our intent is this current technical manual is implemented where it's in use today. And then if we want to update it again in a week or two and add that in, then that's what we're going to do. Same with the continuous silt fencing. Once we have final legal opinion and we're assured that we're not in conflict.
No, understood. I think, in my opinion, I think the additional inspection would solve a lot of our issues, especially if it's a final lot grade certification. I think that would, honest to God, not only act as an additional enforcement mechanism for this Citizen Advisory Committee, but I also think the Citizen Advisory Committee is a grand idea. And one of the issues that I was kind of, I don't want to say startled by yesterday when I was visiting this home, but the house next to them definitely was built up between 18 inches to 2 feet above their property. Now, from the home, the neighboring home, to the edge of that property line, it was a V, so it's going to convey its own water. It's not going to flood onto the neighboring property, but the fact that they had an 18 to 24 inch rise with their property level right next to them, while that technically may not have invalidated any of these rules or broken any of these rules, I feel like that's where a Citizens Advisory Committee may come into play, is that some of these things are more nuanced, and even though that it did reach all the technical guidelines and it crossed them with, checked all the boxes with no problems, it doesn't take too many eyes on it to say this is a problem when a neighbor, they were very nice people. They said the good news is if they put a 6-foot fence up, I'm going to have an 8-foot fence. So I said, oh, okay, that's one way to look at it. But I think the Citizens Advisory Committee can work in that capacity to work with these residents to just have that common sense eye on it. But I'm for adding the additional inspection in this process for a final lot grade certification, because I think that would satisfy a lot of our residents.
Yeah, it wouldn't be an additional inspection. What we're proposing is that the builder's engineer provide a certification letter that he's reviewed the final survey, visited the site, and is certifying that their stormwater is going to meet all the requirements of the code and will drain to the front. So it's an additional step put on to the builder that is going to help mandate that the builder meets all these requirements, and the engineer that they have is certifying that.
That's fair, and I
signed
feel
and
like
sealed certification.
that would add some accountability, especially if there was visible erosion post-certification, because I feel like right now, that's kind of the missing step, is there's not a single point of accountability for potential verified erosion after the fact that the home is built. But I do support the Citizens Advisory Committee being formed.
And
Councilwoman Hyder, you had...
I just had one more quick question regarding, thank you for that comment, Councilmember Clufus. As I was asking my question, I saw several heads out there in the audience when I asked if there were any elevations that were above that 22-inch maximum, and I saw a lot of this. So my next question is, if we find that there are elevations that are above that 22-inch maximum, what are we going to do about it?
That is we'll be looking at those elevations. Well, one, we'll be looking at the plans when they get submitted. But so before the building permit's even approved, we're looking at those elevation differences because they have to show the elevations of the adjacent properties.
What if they already exist?
Well, that 22-inch requirement wasn't in place at the time. I mean, people could have they could have a retaining wall house. They could have one with, they're allowed to build it up and have steps into their house. There's different things out there now. Of all the homes, those 163 complaints, well, the 97 that we visited, the two highest ones we found are 16 inches, and is it 20? And 20 inches. Everything else has been lower than 16 inches. So that perception of what's out there, what people think, it looks like 2 feet or 3 feet, isn't as high as you may think.
And those are finished floor elevations.
So, Councilwoman, so I think there's I think your question is on point. There's a second part. So I think Vice Mayor Danko was convening a committee for new and future construction. There still is a discussion that we have to have about, as he mentioned, existing construction. So I think that's divided into two parts. Understood.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might add, and again, this to Councilwoman Hyder, is this Citizens Committee, part of their task is looking at these situations. And then we come up with solutions to solve those problems. And it's going to take everyone to help with those solutions. I want us as a community to solve this problem. And that means our homeowners association, our businesses, our builders associations, and a whole bunch of other things too. But I think individually, I would want each of these homes looked at by this committee. And Mr. Clufus mentioned the property he went out to at Seminole Woods. I've been to the same property, and yeah, it may technically work, but you could see exactly what I could see, the drop-off and everything. It was pretty absurd. And the bottom line is it's a very simple fix of grading. There's plenty of room to grade that property. Okay. And I just want to add one other thing. During this whole process, I've met a lot of people, a lot of homeowners with this situation. I've been to a meeting at the community center. I've met a lot of smart people out there. And I have no doubt if some of you join this committee and work with us, we can fix these problems ourselves.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. City Manager, so my comment is the following. I wholeheartedly agree with using the resources of the community and the professionals to solve the problem in the future. I am equally, if not more, concerned about what happens to the folks that are struggling over these next 7 and 10 days. In other words, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to maintain the level of priority on this issue so staff understands that there's nothing more important right now that the City Council is considering than this, because there's going to come a period of time while your committee is formed and gets going and all of that. I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we should be communicating with every case that we have. We shouldn't stop communicating, and if there are others that need to be added to the list, that this process continues. I don't want it to stop after this meeting today. I want it to move right through when we organize and appoint this committee, which will then, to some extent, not regulate, but decide their agenda going forward so that they can report back to us. So that's an ask I have of City Manager. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes, Mayor, this is a top priority for staff, and thank you for the guidance today on moving us forward.
Okay, and with that, then, if there's no additional discussion, we'll get the public comment in a second from City Council. Jeff?
Well, Mayor, you specifically told me that public comment was solely on his motion. Are we making comment on the whole presentation now? Because I was instructed.
On that presentation, and then regular public comment follows.
Okay, then I have comments, yes,
On
and
this.
questions. Not on Vice Mayor Stanko. If
So-
you want to take a vote on
Yeah,
his.
and then we'll go right to that,
That's
okay?
fine.
Very good. So with that, all in favor, does anyone need the motion restated? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes
Does
unanimously.
the clerk have the count? Public comment, or,
Oh,
because I have to read the rules of public comment. Do you want
Right,
to
I
make your
understand. I
comments now?
have questions for staff based on the
Please,
presentation.
please, thank you.
Thank you, Carl and Lynn, for everything you've done. I know we've put you kind of under the gun, so I appreciate everything that you've done and the work you've put into this. With regards to the maximum elevation of 22 inches, I understand you said that there was some math that went into how you came up with that number. Can that number be any lower and still be consistent with Florida building codes and not be inconsistent with any of our other regulations as it currently stands?
That's what we check. Because when we get the site plan in, they just say, oh, I'm gonna put it at 22 inches, and we run our calculations internally and say, hey, this can be 18. We'll go back to them and say, you need to drop this down to 18. And that's what we've been doing on some permits that have been coming in over the past couple months, and they've made those changes and dropped them down. So we double check to make sure that they are meeting those minimum code requirements. And if they go above that, we're kicking them back to the builder.
So then why not make the technical manual subject to the 18 inches if we know we can go low as that? That's what I'm trying to,
22 is, well, on we base that on, we ran a calculation, if you use our standard setback from the property line, and you use the minimum slopes in the building code, that is gonna get you to a certain elevation. Now, if you put the house further back on the lot, it's gonna need to be higher, because then you have to slope away from the house. Now, it depends how far it is, because once you get far enough back, you'll have less water from the rear of the home to come up. So each home is quite unique. So we kind of did an average of the various homes. So you're going to see a lot, probably around that 22-inch mark. But we obviously want it lower if it can be lower.
is there language that we can use to specify that and add some teeth to this? Because it seems to me that if the city were to go to a builder and say, based on the calculations, we think that you need to be down at 18 inches. But the potential to me seems that a builder can contest that and say, no, our homeowner wants XYZ, or we want to build the house this way, and your technical manual only binds us to 22 inches. So is there some type of language that we can add that actually allows you all the discretion, but in a more enforceable manner to lower it to 18 inches rather than give them that extra 4 inches?
Yeah, we can add some language in there about the elevation and how it's calculated, or in reference to the building code, meeting this requirement. Anything above that requirement, we can add some language, yes.
Okay, I would really like to see that, because I think if we're seeing now that we don't have very many houses, or pursuant to you all, none yet, that are even at the 22 inches, but we're still seeing these issues. Clearly, if it can be lower than 22 inches, it needs to be. So I want to give you all the tool to be able to enforce that.
I guess I may have misspoke before. The 16 and 20 inches was a differential from the lot next door. So those are the finished floor elevation differences. Those homes were probably much higher than 22 inches above the road, but I don't have those numbers offhand specifically. We were talking more about the differential between the two homes, so at 10 inches. So those homes that are going to be limited to maximum of 10 inches. We found one at 16, we found one at 22. So those are definitely going to be dropping down, and those are probably more than 22 inches above the road.
Okay, so to be clear, we're looking at two different figures. We're looking at a maximum height above crown of the road. That's the 22 inches, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that you probably have seen houses that are
Exceeded
above
that.
that.
Yeah, we would
Okay.
have to go back and look at our notes, but we're really targeting the difference in elevation between the two homes and trying to deal with the runoff between the two lots. That was our more primary focus.
Okay, so then the second number we're looking at, the 10 inches, that's the one that you said, well, what we've seen is, the highest we've seen is 16 and 18.
20,
Or
116,
16 and
120.
Okay. So through this, we should see, to Councilman Clufus's point, we should see some actual effects by lowering these numbers.
Absolutely.
Okay. I would still like, if you could follow up on whether or not the 22 inches does have some language we can add in there to allow you all to lower that if appropriate.
Right.
Councilman, would you consider if there were a limited number of examples, because you're going to have to tie in the setback and the floor plan to a certain extent because they're going to affect the angle of the grade, if they could include some informational examples? I mean, because unfortunately, as you said...
No, we won't put examples. What we're going to do is probably say minimum 12 inches, and then we're going to say they may be allowed to go up to 22 inches if necessary to meet the building code minimum requirements, something like that.
Okay.
If it's necessary per the FBC, then yes, that makes sense, because we can't obviously be in contradiction with the FBC. But if not, there's no reason why it shouldn't be lower.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
perfect.
Correct.
Thank you.
We're going to keep it as low as we can.
Okay, and then the other questions I have surround the future considerations. So I saw in going through what you all have proposed to us as the final technical manual versus what you all sent to the HBA versus what they actually sent back to us as a city. And it looks like we accepted everything that the HBA wanted us to change. And I'm curious as to why that is. Because if our internal staff, whom we trust to make decisions on behalf and advise us up here and make decisions on behalf of the residents, have added requirements into the technical manual that were then removed per the HBA's input, why is that? So specifically, your future considerations reference gutters. That was removed from your suggested changes to the technical manual. And there was a reference to silt fencing. Now, I'm looking at Flagler Beach's ordinance on erosion control, infill lots, things like that, because Flagler Beach obviously has a lot of these. And they do have requirements for gutters in certain situations, so I know it's not against the FBC. And they do have requirements for silt fencing in certain situations. So two things. One, we can look to guidance to Flagler Beach's ordinance. They're right next door. This is pretty easy guidance. And two, I would like to know why in certain, and we can go through them specifically, why there were certain things like the form board survey no longer being required, and the gutters no longer being required. Why were those things removed from what you all originally proposed to the FBC?
Well, the gutters are already covered.
To the Florida Building Association, FBA.
The gutters are already covered in the building code. They already mandate when gutters are required or not required. Now, the mandate would be if we wanted all homes to have gutters, then we require a process where we have to amend the Florida Building Code, and that would have to be done on an annual basis. So we didn't want to trump what was on the Florida Building Code, because that already talks about gutters and when you need to have gutters. So that was the specific reason there. If we wanted all homes to have gutters and be more restrictive than the building code, we would have to go to the state, get their approval, and we'd have to do that annually. That'd be an amendment to the building code, a local amendment. Now, the silt fencing, we have a land development code that gets into erosion sediment control, and the state has requirements. Our current lot sizes aren't large enough to mandate silt fencing on those properties because they're only quarter acre lots. Now, if they have runoff onto properties or if they're adjacent to water, there are certain instances where, yes, we can mandate those silt fences, but we are doing a little more legal research. One, we can't be in conflict with the land development code. It may require us to modify our land development code potentially. And so we're still in the middle of our research on those two items. Well, the gutters at this point, unless council wants us to pursue moving forward with being having a more restrictive building code than what the state has, we could move forward in that direction.
Just to put it in perspective, City Manager, you still have a meeting pending, is that correct? That hasn't happened yet with the builders?
Yes, actually, it's scheduled for this week.
For this week. So just help me understand. So there's still a back and forth dialogue going on with that organization?
Yes, that's
So there's
correct.
nothing final yet?
Well, what is presented today is our proposal for consideration
So
by
what is the
City
purpose of the
Council
meeting on later in the week?
to close the loop on the conversation,
Okay.
based on the conversations that are held today.
So,
And the reason I put it that way is because we have worked with members of the Home Builders Association, and we think it's fair to make sure we deliver back an outcome of this meeting, because there's different parties that haven't been at the table yet.
Mayor, I would also comment with this committee that
Well,
we're
I'm sorry.
forming.
I-
Oh, I'm sorry,
I
I'm
interrupted
sorry.
Councilwoman Pontieri.
sorry.
Let
I'm sorry, I
her
thought you
finish
were
first,
done.
please.
We can talk to the form board survey too. Lynn can give you some update.
yeah, but hold on, I don't want to pass the gutters yet, because
Okay.
here's why. So I understand what you're saying about not wanting to be in contradiction with the Florida Building Code. I obviously don't want to do anything that is going to get any of our regulations or ordinances or anything like that struck down. But if we specifically look at subsection E of section 9.04 of Flagler Beach's ordinance, it gives reasons for why gutters and downspouts could be required. I don't think that their ordinance has been struck down, and I highly doubt that they have made an ordinance that is in contradiction to the Florida Building Code. So
Is it on a flat roof? I mean, maybe they're,
it talks about pitch, it talks about all those things.
Okay.
My point is, perhaps we still need, this still needs to be addressed. We're not done here. And respectfully, Mayor, I think my issue with just saying and asking carte blanche, oh, will this fix everything? No, it's not going to fix everything, because clearly we still have more research that needs to be done. So to just automatically back off of a pause on building, that, by the way, I do not want to do, that is not my goal. But if we are not sure that the steps that we are taking today are going to solve the problem because there's more research to be done, then we need to be diligent and do the research. So that is one thing that I'm still very concerned about. The other is the silt fencing. I do think that during construction, specifically, and again, this is in the Flagler Beach Building Code, so we can look to that for reference, that that is something that needs to be looked at. There's another section, and I do want you to respond about the form board survey, but in this specific section still, which is, I think it's C2 of the proposed technical manual changes. You all originally said that the location of PEP tanks shall be shown on the LPG and may not impede drainage conveyance, which makes sense to me. the Flagler Builders Association wants the location of the PEP tank, it says shall not impede the drainage conveyance. Can you let me know why that language was removed from what you all are proposing?
we removed that because during the permit review, that is when utility determines where that PEP tank is going to go. So the builder doesn't have that information before he applies. So we're making sure that when our utility review is done internally, that we're looking at that and taking it into account on the drainage plan. If it needs to be modified, then we'll have the builder modify that piece. That's why it was removed.
Okay, perfect. And then, yes, if you could address the reason why you all propose a form board survey be submitted for review prior to pouring the slab, and Flagler Builders Association has said, no, we think a foundation survey is sufficient.
So currently, we do require a foundation survey. So we were recommending a form board survey to look at the elevation of the proposed finished floor before the concrete was poured. The problem that was brought to our attention is a lot of times they will set the form boards, they will bring the fill in, set the form boards, get it ready to go. It rains, and it changes that elevation and can change things before the concrete is poured. We thought it would help the builders to ensure that they would meet the finished floor. They felt that they are fine taking the responsibility to ensure that their finished floor meets our criteria.
So if they give us the elevation survey, the foundation survey, and it's off, they may have to rip up the survey. We're just trying to have them avoid demoing any work ahead of time, but we see their thoughts on the rain, you know, like last night's rain. If it takes them a week or two for a surveyor to get out there, surveyors are extremely busy. It can sit there for a couple weeks waiting for the survey to come out, and it can rain and rain and rain, and the next thing we know, what they end up pouring is not what was surveyed. So that's we're fine with the foundation survey. We're just trying to make it easier for them to be certain ahead of time before they pour that they have the correct elevation.
So what are we doing then, I guess, as far as if they
We have a tolerance, I think a 0.2 of an inch tolerance, 0.2 of a foot tolerance.
what was that?
0.2 foot.
.2 foot, okay, I thought you said .2 to a foot, I'm like, it's a very large range, okay. So, thank you for all the information. I think my overall position on this is that I do think that there's still more work that needs to be done, but beyond this, and to your point, Vice Mayor, we have an enforcement issue. So, to me, and I know this isn't within your purview as much, probably in conjunction with code enforcement, but we have certain enforcement mechanisms within our drainage code right now that I don't feel like we are taking advantage of, specifically Section 24-156, Section 24-158, and Section 24-159, which specifically lay out what is required after these homes are built as far as water runoff, keeping water on their own property, things of that nature, and what we can do as a city, either to the owner of the new property or to the builder of the new property in order to enforce our own code. And it doesn't seem like that's being done. So I would like to include it in this task force and include it in updates from the city. I want to know what properties have we identified where what our code says these new properties have to be doing, i.e. keep water on their own property, which properties are not doing that? And what are we doing to enforce, not against the homeowner who's being flooded out because it's not their fault. What are we doing to enforce against the house that was built causing the flooding? So that is, to me, a detrimental part of this process that we have missed out on. As far as, excuse me, moving forward today, again, I want to make it very clear, with this proposed pause for 90 days, I did not want to declare war on the builder and development community. That is not my goal. But I am not a lobbyist for the building community. I'm an elected official. And it's not my job to, while yes, we have to protect our industries here, we have to protect our businesses here. I get all of that, and I appreciate that. But I have to protect my residents too. And if we know for a fact that there are certain things that we still need to look into, if we know for a fact that we can make our LDC stronger, we can make our technical manual stronger, we can look to our very neighbors on how to do that, and we haven't done it yet, how is it that we can possibly say we're protecting our residents by saying, nope, moratorium off the table, and we can just move forward, pound forward, because that's what the special interest groups want. I have a real issue with that, and I do not think, I'm looking, okay, in the past year, and this isn't directed at you all, but this is general comment. In the past year, there have been 9 cities in the state of Florida that have done temporary pauses or moratoriums on building because of this very reason. The city of Doral on January 26, 2023 approved a 6-month moratorium. Why? To give its city time to review its comp plan and land development regulations in light of the Live Local Act. City of Inverness in July of 2023 extended a 90-day moratorium for a second time in order to address solutions to infrastructure, including drainage issues. And by the way, their reasoning was to elevate and change the comp plan and land development regulations, which is exactly what we're doing. The city of Cape Coral, April 2023, passed a moratorium on self-storage facilities for 9 months to curb recent growth. City of Zephyr Hills, in June of 2023, voted to approve a year-long moratorium on new housing developments to deal with water capacity issues, which, by the way, we also have issues with. New Smyrna Beach, January 2023, placed a moratorium on future large-scale developments in flood-prone areas for 6 months to allow an outside expert to evaluate what's contributing to the flooding, which, by the way, isn't a bad idea in this case either. Deltona, July of 2022, for 6 months, placed a moratorium on rezoning for single-family homes to for a temporary freeze while they update their building codes. City of Brooksville, same thing. City of Winter Springs, same thing. Hillsborough County did this for 2 years. This is not out of the ordinary. This is the most reasonable thing that has been proposed, that has been so gaslighted and exaggerated, acting like this 90-day pause is going to cause the Great Depression of Palm Coast. And that is just not the case. Please, I appreciate it, but let's.
Ms. Pontieri, are some
I
of
want to
these...
get through this. Hold on. Just give me a few more minutes. Because I know I'm going to have response. So, I do think that we can stand to keep the pedal to the metal. I appreciate how quickly the city has taken its steps so far. What I want to see is, I am still motioning for a 90-day pause because we still have things that we need to research. We still have the ability to look simply to our neighbors, to look at their ordinances, to look at our technical manual and make it strong enough so that we know we are protecting our residents in the future. We have 9,000 of these lots. And even though we're saying, oh, well, you know, we're only looking at the left and the right adjacent, we also know that they can affect properties in front and behind as well. So we have the potential. I mean, 9 times 4 is 36,000. I know it probably won't affect 36,000 houses. I'm not saying that, but there's the potential there. And I cannot sit here and allow one more person to be flooded out because we are afraid of a 90-day pause on building, because that's what it comes down to, a false sense of fear on what this will cause. But I have to ask the question, what kind of reputation is Palm Coast earning if we don't take this step now and we become the city that floods? That's not a reputation that's going to be good for commercial development. That's going to be good for our community, for our building community. And oh, by the way, I mean, our realtors don't want to sell houses that are flooded. I can just see the open house signs now. Open house, bring your galoshes. I mean, this is not something that is good long-term to keep on in this manner. So my position is that we do need to impose the 90-day pause while we finish looking up these last final issues. And if we can amend our LDC to match or to be very close with Flagler County, or Flagler Beaches, which we know is not in contradiction to the FBC, and we know that we still have things that need to be looked into, that we need to take advantage of it now while we have the momentum and think about what we are doing long-term to preserve our sustainability, our resiliency, and our reputation.
Councilman Clufus, you had comments?
Yeah, a lot of those moratoriums that you had mentioned weren't specifically for infill lots. I was just doing some Googling while you were rifling them off. Some of them were for rezoning applications. Zephyr Hills is because of their aquifers. Which cities are imposing these moratoriums on infill lots because of impervious flooding?
Well, Councilman Clufus, you're exactly right, and that's kind of my point. This is so narrowed in focus. This is so narrowed in focus, which goes to my point of there are cities that have done way worse than this. We have taken the most narrow and hyper-focused approach to fix this problem. And that's why I say, I understand, I think the figures, so in the last 3 months, there were 294 infill lots that were commenced in our city, okay? And I think it's like 70% of new building permits are in fact infill lots. So I recognize that there's a lot of building that goes on our infill lots. That's not lost on me. But this is the most narrow approach to fix this problem. And so to your point, yes, other cities have imposed moratoriums that have been hyper-focused on their issues. This is doing that. And so that's why I think it's so important that we recognize that this is narrow and this is exactly what needs to be done without hurting or negatively impacting any industries out there that we don't need to negatively impact.
So my question remains though, which cities are doing this narrowly focused, hyper-focused issue? Because the higher issue is that they're resolving an actual, like an emergency because of public safety, like the water issue. If you run out, I mean, St. John's Water Management District owns every single drop of water that comes out of our ground. If they say stop, we have to stop. But are there any cities that are hyper-focused, like you're saying, on this specific issue? Because I'm sure that if we can find examples of that, that's something that we could build a framework for. But
well, infill lots, I couldn't give you one, but I can tell you the city of Winter Springs in December of 2023, they adopted a 90-day moratorium on new development, specifically to amend the code to enhance its stormwater design requirements and conduct stormwater management studies. So that is probably one that's very closely related, but I don't know that any other city really has an infill lot. I mean, we're pretty unique in what how ITT designed us in a lot of ways, including the stormwater. So infill lots, no. But again, this is our issue. So we're hyper-focused and narrowing our resolve to our issue.
Sure. And I ask these questions because this isn't the first time the word moratorium has come up in the past 7 years. First time for a lot of us that I'm sure we're hearing this. Do we have legal counsel's advice, though? Last time this came up many years ago, it had to do with actually resolving a public emergency, essentially, something of something that actually elevated to that level, and then there was, legal dispute that can go back and forth. But do we have advisement from our council on whether or not this is actually within the bounds of our legal, abilities?
So I asked the council before, so the answer to your question is no, but Councilwoman Pontieri, just a question for you. I understand your point and your logic. I feel a little bit of cart before the horse. Is there a reason why the Citizens Advisory Council couldn't be the body that recommends the moratorium? Because we're trying to work together, and I think 90 days is a bit arbitrary. In other words, maybe you get it done, maybe you don't, maybe it's 45, maybe it's 180, I'm not sure. I know we're doing the comp plan, that's 18 months, but could it be that we look to the committee, which we have agreed unanimously to perhaps make that recommendation to us, and city staff, city manager has agreed to help us put that committee together as quickly as possible. What I don't want to do is have competing initiatives here. Would that be acceptable?
The short answer is no, and here's why. To Vice Mayor's point, this won't happen overnight, but I can tell you the amount of applications going in for new homes, those can happen overnight. And so as we sit and don't take further action, more of our residents have the potential of being affected. And we've seen what those real life effects look like. So I don't care if it's 45 days that we then have the option to extend. I am 100% okay with that. Again, my goal is not to hurt our building community and our development community. My goal is to protect our residents with a known problem that we have, that we also know we have not yet addressed in full. So if it will make council feel better to say 45-day pause, that can be extended one time for another 45 days, I'm fine with that. I just don't want to see more and more applications come through, which we know we're going to see, while we have not yet fully addressed a known problem.
So I have to go back to staff for a minute. So
And if I could ask one more question too, the things that we're getting hung up on that in the next 45 days we could solve that would alleviate your concerns are one, gutters for buildings that extend to the maximum of their allowable offsets from the neighboring properties. Is that true? So if a house basically goes all the way to the edge of the property, I feel like that's pretty reasonable that it should have to reclaim its water, because I think that the gutters are there to prevent potential future issues, right? Because that's a problem for the long term. When water's running off the house, it's going to erode and cause erosions next to the neighboring property, especially if it's all the way to the boundaries. We have the gutters, and then can we enumerate these things that we're actually going to be able to solve in the next 45 days so we look at it as a holistic approach?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think that to your point earlier about the PE certification, 100% should be required. To me, that is at least you're putting potential liability on somebody, and I think that that's necessary, and accountability to your point.
I felt like that solves a lot of our problems.
So yes, that would be one that I would absolutely say needs to be included. And then looking at the silt fencing during construction, because we've had a lot of people come up here and say, look, I've been told, oh, don't worry, the final grading is going to fix everything. But during construction, meanwhile, my house is getting flooded out by silt, sand, dirt, and everything else under the sun because there's no silt fencing. So those are three, yes, of the main things that I'm concerned about, that I am fairly certain are legal, considering other cities are doing it, that we have not yet required in our materials.
So Carl,
and again, you referenced Zephyr Hills. They reached the critical point, which it necessitated that. So I've gone through this exercise before in the 7 years up here, but the criticality of these different scenarios, I think that's what the legal threshold is, and we can ask our council about that, but let's go back to staff.
I just want to go to staff, Carl. So you've heard the comments in terms of problems that members of council may not feel have been fully addressed yet. Can those be worked into the permits that you're considering literally this afternoon and going forward so that they don't come back to haunt us? Because I think Councilwoman Pontieri is saying, look, if we haven't dealt with it yet, we're building in a problem. I get that. Is there something that you can do immediately with a close relationship with your builders or whomever to make sure that none of those come forward as a problem during the construction or following the construction process.
All right, I can touch upon those. Well, currently, our current revisions to the technical manual, that's to ensure their stormwater stays on their property. So that's definitely a benefit. The mandating gutters, that's not changing that stormwater is still staying on that property. One, that's just going to add additional benefit to the new homeowner because now he won't have water around his home and his plant beds and causing problems with his own property. And if he chooses to, funnel those or dig them underground out to the swales or the conveyance system, then that's just an added benefit for the new build that's going to help that owner maintain his stormwater system over the life of his home. It's not going to have an impact on the neighbor's property at all, one bit. It's just going to ensure the new builder. Now, if if Flagler Beach got some work around the building code, yeah, we're definitely going to look into that. That's new. The silt fence, we should have an answer on that fairly quickly and be able to enact that. And we are asking builders to put up those silt fences, especially when there's that big grade differential, or if they start silting dirt onto the neighbor's property, we stop it and tell them to put it up or in the swales or wherever they need to. And a lot of builders put up silt fence anyways, because they don't want to have to, they want to be good neighbors, they don't want to have problems, so for the most part, as soon as we know we can forcefully tell them, you have to have a silt fence, we're going to start enforcing that. It could be tomorrow, it could be next week. As soon as we know we can do that. If it requires a land development code modification, then yes, it's going to take more time because we'll have to modify the LDC. But those, were I think the two big items that, that were in question here today, but it's not changing. It's not going to put less water on the neighbor's property because the technical manual already says you can't put water on that property. I think the issue at hand is those existing lots are withholding their own stormwater that's draining onto private property, cannot drain onto private property anymore, and they have issues that they have to take care of.
So if we go out on a limb and city council requires that, like effective immediately, and, we'll take our lashes down the road, will that solve the issue that you have with those particular, and I understand it's a work in progress, obviously, there could be things unknown still that the committee will ferret out over time, but with the specific issues that you're talking about, if we are to direct staff today, that those go into effect today, I mean, somebody can come back at us and say, no, you can't, but, let them do it.
Okay, so we're going to then put ourselves at potential legal risk.
Perhaps.
And liability.
Either way. And
In
so
order
same
to
thing
build
with
at all costs.
the
That
sa-
is literally a build at all costs.
Well, the same thing with
mentality.
the same thing with shutting down building for a period of time, which is kind of just sort of picked out of the air.
I think that if we are truly looking out for the benefit of our city, to make sure that we don't get sued, and to your point, Mayor, the whole reason we're even talking about this today rather than 2 weeks ago was because we wanted to give council the ability to make sure that we were taking the correct legal steps to make sure we're doing this the right legal way. I think that we'd be setting ourselves up for a lot of liability if we just did that arbitrarily. I think that we need to do this the right way, and to say that it's going to take, maybe 45 days to do it is such a small span of time on a very limited amount of lots. I mean, if in the last 3 months we had 294 infill lots that had applications, 45 days is 150 lots. Really, we're going to put ourselves at legal risk and liability over 150 lots? It's just not worth it. So, my big things are, you all have in your own slides, future considerations, the gutters, the certification by the engineer, and the requirement of silt fencing. If staff can come back in 2 weeks and say, we've looked at this is what we can do to our technical manual, this is what we can do to our LDC, then great, pause gone. But in the meantime, we have to protect our residents. So I will amend my motion to 45 days in order to even narrow it even more and maybe help this council get there, because I think it's necessary. Our staff is telling us these are future things that we need to consider. We should listen to them, and 45 days with one 45-day extension is I think very reasonable and very focused.
So I think we've discussion now. You have more discussion? Go
Mayor,
ahead.
I think actually instructing staff today to proceed with those 3 items and taking that risk, I don't think anyone's going to sue us. I think it addresses the issue immediately. It addresses the issue immediately that she's asking for. And I also think that with this committee, with members from the community on this committee, some of those members being people who have experienced this flooding, I think if they see a need at some point where things aren't working out, that they will come back to this council and make a recommendation such as Ms.
All right.
Pontieri is making. So,
Okay. So we have to come back to policy and procedure. So Councilwoman Pontieri, I think I need you to state your, we'll just go ahead and vote on it.
Yeah, because I'll
just
need
bring
it,
it back.
I'll
Yeah.
need a second before we can vote, obviously.
Well, I got to take it out to the public.
That's true, that as well, yes. So my motion is for a temporary pause on new infill lot building for 45 days with the ability to extend it for another 45 days while we consider further updates to the technical manual and possible changes to the LDC to incorporate the staff future considerations that are listed on page 17 of the packet on only new infill lot builds.
So we have a motion. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion fails. And now I think we will go back. Wait, please. So now I'm going to open up the discussion for public participation.
well, Mr. Mayor, discussing what we were just discussing on informing staff to proceed with the changes that she would like, and I would like to make a motion to do that.
State your motion.
My motion is to instruct staff to immediately proceed with adding those things to our code that Ms. Pontieri suggested. The gutters, what were the other 2 items?
You have to be more specific. In other words,
The other 2 items.
The silt fencing and the
Built
additional.
fencing,
please, hold on. Staff, can you help us with the language that you're looking for so that you can execute?
It would be to mandate silt fence on all new infill lot construction, to require a Florida engineered certification on the as-built survey, and to require gutters on all new infill lot home builds that are under drained to the drainage system.
Does the clerk have that language? Is that your motion?
that is my motion. And I know on those engineers, they stick their license out there
All right.
when they make those certifications. It's a serious thing.
We've got your motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I would second that, absolutely.
Councilman Clufus has seconded the motion. Additional discussion by City Council.
Yeah, outside of these 3 things, do you have additional goals over the next 45 days from your prerogative that would have made additional improvements? I think the silt fencing, the additional inspection, I think is the most critical component to all this because it adds all sorts of good things to it, especially the accountability. But the gutters, I understand the point about the gutters only impacting the new homes. I could see potential reasoning for, blow off the edge of a home that's all the way on the edge of its property. But is there any other enumerable items that we can actually discuss here and put down on paper that you feel would more aptly solve this problem?
Well, we have a motion, so we're going to have to.
No, but I'm
stick
willing
with
to
that.
amend the motion if we find another
Okay.
item that will
So
help
who are
solve
you-
this
who are you
problem
addressing-
now.
Who are you addressing your question to staff?
Councilwoman Pontieri.
Councilwoman Pontieri.
My goal was for staff to look at other neighboring ordinances and see what is imposed that could possibly help. That obviously is not against the Florida Building Code because it's happening in other cities. So your question, while I appreciate it, could be very broad, which was the whole point in allowing 45 days so that we can do adequate research to make sure we're not missing out on anything that could potentially help our homeowners. So,
Anything more more
but
pointed than that?
for Councilman Danko's motion, I can't rattle off an additional list.
So
What-
could I then amend my motion to instruct staff, besides implementing these 3 things, to also look at the surrounding communities and what they are doing and report back to us as quickly as possible as to what else we could adopt?
So you're going to have to restate that. That's not an amendment. That's a,
Well-
Counselor, do you want to withdraw and restate? are you good with it?
Take a position, if it's unanimous consent of the council, no objections, you can restate it and add something to the motion.
All right, just go through it one more time.
All right, so the motion is for staff to immediately require the gutters, the fencing, and the engineering report, and also additionally to begin looking at surrounding communities quickly and see if there's anything else there that they're doing that we could immediately implement that would help solve this problem.
Councilman Clufus, are you, give me an okay or not okay on the amendment?
Totally, absolutely. And I think if we could have staff convey the additional, I want to say avenues of, improvement to what we're motioning, I think that would help a lot. I understand that saying going and looking at neighboring communities to try to figure out what they're doing to solve this issue, that's a very broad paintbrush to stroke. I mean, we're trying to identify things that we're telling you, until you do these things, we're not going to allow infill lots to be developed on. And I think it's our responsibility as a council up here. This issue has been going on for quite a while now. You guys have been fantastic showing up here now for months. That we should have the ability to say, go look in this direction, because that's what we're trying to improve here. Do you have any additional, suggestions that we could word this to be a little bit more catered instead of painting such a broad brush that says, go look at other cities and tell us what they're doing?
No, I think we fully understand where you're getting at. We've been focusing a lot on other cities, municipalities in the state that have an open stormwater system like us rather than a closed stormwater system with curb and gutter. So we're going to broaden our search a little bit more and continue to explore avenues, because you have to be broad and be able to see all the potential solutions or dishes that could be made out there that are working for others.
And I hope this conversation isn't lost, and the enthusiasm is still here when we're talking about our stormwater management and our swale programs and, our enhanced stormwater management, to make sure that this same level of enthusiasm goes into maintaining our infrastructure moving forward.
Thank you, Councilman. So with that.
Mayor, I have a
but
comment,
go ahead,
please.
yeah.
I would look to our city attorney at this point, because are we doing things that we're permitted to do? I mean, are we setting ourselves up to be sued by taking these steps without knowing whether or not they're in contradiction to the Florida Building Code? Because per staff, that was one of the holdups. So I'm just concerned for liability purposes.
Well, as I understand the motion, it's to instruct staff to immediately proceed with the gutter, silt fencing, PE engineering as-built, and look to other additional communities for suggestions. So staff would proceed in that order, but procedurally, it may require certain steps to be had. For example, if the gutters is a building code issue, a local amendment to the building code is subject to statutory process. LDC's revisions, as you know, is subject to staff council process as well. So, I take the motion as to proceed, and then procedurally, things would be presented to the city council in accordance with the statutory requirements.
So then pursuant to the motion, and I appreciate that, if staff were to start requiring these things now, again, is there actual enforceability mechanism that gives them the authority to do that? And then B, if they do and they deny a permit because they're enforcing these things, is there the potential that we get sued because it hasn't been actually enacted in our code, or it is against the FBC or anything of that nature?
I didn't take the motion as actually go ahead and implement these. If they can be implemented without, administratively, then it can be done administratively. However, if it can't be done administratively and there's a statutory process, then staff would have to present to council the item so you can follow the statutory process. Like land development code regulations require presentment to the Planning and Zoning Board,
Right.
and then comes to the council. Local amendments to the building code I believe, should have a county compliance board that would have to be presented to for review, for compliance with the statutory process. I mean, there's just different avenues. Technical manual is an administrative amendment process.
Right, so the technical manual is what our theme was this morning, so I think my understanding is this is an administrative action that we're taking. And the fact that we're looking to neighboring cities that have done things that we haven't done, I don't know for sure that they're on solid legal footing, but I'm kind of accepting the fact that they are if it's working for them. So I'm not and again, I guess you'll have to correct me, I'm not seeing a substantial risk, nor do I see us putting the city in a position of liability by moving forward administratively with these actions, those which can be moved forward administratively.
So then are we saying, and maybe the motion, I know I hate to do this to you again, maybe the motion needs to be clear, further clarified that these proposed changes on page 17 will be implemented in the technical manual, being that that is administrative. And then if further action needs to be taken with the LDC, that is what staff is going to further research and bring
Correct.
back to us. Is that?
That is fine. That is correct.
So Vice Mayor Danko has made that motion, and Councilman Clufus, are you okay with the amended motion?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that was the intention.
Very good. Then at this point, I have a motion and I have a second. I would open this item up for the public, for public comment now. So if there are anyone from the public that like, yes, sir. And if I may, let me start with this before you start. It won't cost you any time.
No,
In order for city staff to be able to respond to your questions or concerns, please fill out a comment card with your contact information. The comment cards can be found on the table near the agendas or available from the communications marketing director seated in the back. Anyone wishing to speak may approach the podium, provide their name, and may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please direct all comments to the mayor, be concise and to the point, avoid delaying or interrupting the proceedings, and do not make any irrelevant, impertinent, or slanderous comments. Any person who becomes disorderly may be barred from making any additional comments and may be removed. Those are our standard public participation. So yes, sir, please proceed. Thank you.
Peter Johnson, Palm Coast. I'm at a loss for what's taking place. So just to go over the timeline, and I understand that there is a whole crew of builders and everyone associated with development here today, but this has been taking place for going on almost 4 months now, and today's the first day that they showed up with outreach. If this is what it has to take, and a moratorium is what has to take in order to get a fire lit under certain people's behinds to get things done, then I don't understand why there's such resistance to it. The whole point of this meeting today was that a moratorium was the motion that was seconded by Mr. Danko. The whole point of this meeting was that staff came back with solutions that were going to be finalized and put in place. They have not done that. I do not understand why the moratorium is off the table. Ms. Pontieri was gracious enough to lower it to 45 days. There has to be steps that have to be taken in order for these things to be corrected. And apparently, it takes these drastic measures in order to get a response from anyone who's associated. I don't necessarily think that the exaggerated statements by Greg Blase and some of the other associations around here saying that it's, to Ms. Pontieri's point, it's going to cause the recession of Palm Coast. I've worked in construction. Most of those guys eat at gas stations, Circle K's. Maybe if you wanted to make the argument that it would affect some of those businesses, sure. But the mom and pop restaurants and the other places around Palm Coast are not going to be affected. We have a very heavily subsidized area of elderly residents who are on retirement or who have came from other places who have money that go out to eat. Construction, while it does support some of the economy, does not support near the majority that other things in the area do. And to take it a step further, the city is opening up itself not only to litigation in the sense of the steps that they're taking and trying to enact to be put in place without due process, but the main problem that I see here is, to Mr. Cody's point, when he stated that they only had 2 things that were over the proposed height of, one was 16 and I believe one was 20, he said, the current process, unless it lowered, does not solve the issue. So unless it is lowered, then the issue won't be solved. So we clearly need a lot more time to work through these issues and to figure out what the situation is. And hey, it's awesome that everyone showed up today from Klein and all the building companies. That's great. I think we need that community engagement. I wish they were here 4 months ago when we were talking about it, not when a moratorium was being proposed. But hey, Mayor, build at all costs is going to be a hell of a campaign motto.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Ken McDowell, and I live in the C-section. I'm here once again to demand that the city of Palm Coast...
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, Ken. Are we discussing just general public comment now, or are we discussing this motion?
This is the motion.
Right, so the comment should be just relevant to the motion. We'll have general public comment after this, correct? Yes, sorry, Ken, but wrong time.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, he's talking about an audit. And that should come later. We're just
Yeah,
discussing
we want
this
the
motion.
HBA and builders associations to get their thing in first, don't we?
Well, we're discussing a specific motion, correct?
So the vice mayor is correct. We are doing public comment regarding the motion and the second that is on the table at the present time. So if you would restrict your public comment, after we finish with this vote, then we will return to public comment in general. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Arthur Vescovi, P section in Palm Coast. And my question is, I hear everything I've heard today, and I don't come to these meetings because I've done this for many years, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. But I do want to ask some questions, what we just talked about, and what this lady here was talking about. I didn't get your name, I apologize for.
That's right. Address your comments to me.
Very simple.
Oh, and also, put the mic a little bit closer so we can hear.
Oh, I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
That's good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My question is, I hear what's going on with all the moratorium or whatever you call it, stopping the building and giving us some time to work things out. And we talk about gutters, and we talked about a few other things right here. My concern is our infrastructure problem with our PEP tanks, a few other things that we need to look in. My PEP tank right now is sinking. Why is it sinking? Because we got too much water on the property. And I've done a lot of work, and I got neighbors here that'll tell you that. I am saying the question is, slow down, let's get the flooding problem fixed. And that's what I want to say as far as that goes. I have many other little questions and remarks, but the biggest thing is what's happening right now. I think you said 45 days?
Here, please, to me.
45 days, and you're going to add some more time to that? Am I getting that right?
Go ahead. This is a time for you to make public comment, so you can make your public comment. If you have a question, you can fill out the comment card in the back, and they'll help you get to the answer.
My only comment is we got to address the flooding, and that's what we have to address, and we have a problem, and I know what it is because I've been fixing my own without bothering the city, and I've addressed it in the past on my own with the city. Wonderful cooperations. I've been here 17, 18 years. I've always had good cooperation with the city. Let's not move too fast because flooding is going on everywhere in Florida. We live in a swamp. My ground right now is, you can walk on it and sink. And that's just me, because I'm on a corner lot, and it all comes down from all the new building that is created in the P section of Palm Coast. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Morning, Council. Dennis McDonald. Mayor, before we start, could I ask for something to be put up on the screen from the code here at the...
Well, this is for your public comment. I don't know what you would need.
Well, it was referenced before by Councilman Pontieri about 24-156, okay? And it would be important for everybody to see what is being missed here. We have something in the land code under lot survey that requires the city manager to ensure that no water goes on anybody else's lot. It's been there forever. So now you've got this big harangue going here. You've got the builders upset, which is understandable. You've got everybody upset. Why? Because you have a staff, okay, that doesn't follow the code. It's that simple. Look it up. She's absolutely right on point, okay? The code says that the city manager, and whoever that may be at the time, okay, has the responsibility of making sure that no water goes onto anybody else's lot. Thou shalt not shed on thy neighbor's lot. It's that simple, okay? They haven't been doing it, okay? So we're all here in this big mess because the staff and the city manager won't do her job. It's in the code. So how can you guys possibly continue with this fiasco? It's not fair to any of us There's nobody here, I mean, you can pick sides on all of it, whether, it's the builders or the suppliers or whatever, versus what. We need to follow our own code, okay? She's responsible for it. She designates somebody, she's responsible for taking care of that designation and what's happening. So, you've created an absolute circus in Palm Coast, got everybody working against themselves, and you say, oh, well, we all want to work together. You're not. This has got to be resolved at the city manager level, okay? You don't have a city manager that is following our code that was adopted, was duly adopted. Nobody can argue that point. And so stop creating all the problems between the different factions in town by getting a city manager that follows the code. It's that simple, okay? And now, the only person who hires the city manager, you hire an attorney and you hire a city manager. Those are the only two people that you have the authority to hire, okay? So in my mind, what happens is everybody goes out of this building every time you have a meeting, and you know what we all walk away with? Empty promises. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Please, please respect the next speaker. Yes, sir.
Robbie Richmond, Intercoastal Construction. I'm a 20-year board member of the Home Builders Association. Speaking specifically to the motion on the table, first, the engineer, an engineer can't just seal a design. That means that an engineer would have to design the site plans for the residential houses. There are not enough civil engineers in our region to start designing all of the residential site plans for all the homes in our area. That's an impossible task. It's not going to be able to happen. There's not enough engineers. Engineers design entire stormwater systems, just like the one that you have in the city of Palm Coast. The commercial development that goes on when there's a PUD that comes before you for a full site plan, civil engineers design entire communities. They don't design individual residential sites. That's why you come up with land development regulations, lot regulations that has to be followed, that your staff reviews. It would be an unreasonable and a not attainable task if you start trying to have civil engineers design residential site plans. Number two, gutters. I build a lot in the city of Flagler Beach, and there have been a lot of issues with where they have attempted to start requiring gutters. I was at a city commission meeting in Flagler Beach where a neighboring property was flooded by the fact that they required a house to have gutters on it because the downspouts were just shooting the water onto the neighboring property. It actually pushed water inside of the house of the neighbor next door. That's the thing you gotta think about with gutters. When you collect rainwater, and you have a hard rain, when it comes out of the downspouts, it's like shooting out of a fire hose. And in most cases, you have downspouts located down the side of the home that are pointed at the neighbor. So our stormwater system at Center Palm Coast is designed to, a large portion of it percolates into the ground. When you allow the rainwater to fall off the eaves, it gives it more of an opportunity to percolate rather than concentrating the water flow. And the last part of the motion, I would just say about silt fencing. Silt fencing is the most popular form, but there's other forms of erosion control. I think the better term would be erosion control be provided, rather than just saying silt fencing. And I just want to point out, we have a government affairs committee that meets every month, and there's a member of your staff at every one of our meetings every month. We work with your staff. We didn't just show up today. We show up every month, and we work hand in hand with your staff to help on this issue and many others. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Anna Maria Long, Executive Officer, Flagler Home Builders Association and Palm Coast Indian Trails. The motion for a moratorium feels as though it was made in an effort to force the hand of the Stormwater Department and to punish the private sector for not doing what council wanted them to do in the time frame they wanted. But that is inaccurate. As Robbie just said, the HBA has met with Stormwater multiple times over the last 6 months. On May 23rd, there was a construction forum here at City Hall at the request of the HBA due to issues and inconsistencies that we were noting in the field with inspections. September 19th, we had a stormwater roundtable also at the request of the HBA for the same reason. On November 8th, Stormwater met with us to propose, to review their proposed technical manual changes. And on December 21st, we had a stormwater roundtable, again at their office, to review these draft technical manual changes that we saw today. We provided stormwater with our feedback and input verbally. We were told that it would all be taken into consideration. At no time during those meetings were we asked to put our feedback in written form. After the discussion for a moratorium by council began, then city staff advised that written feedback was necessary, which we immediately provided. Unfortunately, that made it appear as though we waited till January 5th to provide anything. And that's unfortunate that it looked like we waited, but the reality is that we were engaged and we were doing everything that was asked of us. Although it is not our job and the onus does not fall on us, we are always happy to participate and we try to be a good community partner, and we've been doing that for the past 40 years that we've been in association. Residential construction is an economic generator for the local economy. The proposed building moratorium is for 90 days and perhaps was then for 45. It is not a brief pause that will cause no harm. I have calculated data according to the National Association of Home Builders Local Impact Report for the 294 infill lots that were built in the last 90 days. I'm going to equate that into dollars and jobs for you. That will account to $59.7 million in local income lost, $17.7 million in local business owners' income, $42 million in local wages and salaries, $11 million in local taxes and fees, 997 local jobs supported or will be lost. That's how construction relates to our industry. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Greg Blasset, President and CEO of the Palm Coast Flagler Regional Chamber. Councilman Danko said, come together and work together. And what I'm seeing here is we're really trying to get to solutions to resolve this issue that is affecting residents. The stormwater issue is important, and people affected should be heard. And at the same time, we have to juggle this complex situation here in the city of Palm Coast, where 7 days ago we're sitting here reviewing the strategic action plan and we're saying that we want to improve our city's economy, we want to lure investments. And so this rejection of the moratorium idea I am thankful for, because it has already caused harm in our community. I like what I'm seeing here, where there's open conversation, the residents are showing up, we're trying to figure out what exactly is the problem that we're trying to solve. So I wanted to say thank you to each of you for that. I planned on coming up here and speaking about why moratoriums are poisonous and what we have been going through as the Chamber of Commerce, speaking with investors and economic development organizations throughout the state and people that want to come here and actually build commercial projects so that we can resolve this issue of ad valorem residential versus commercial property tax income. I have to share this one example with you so that you're aware of it the next time the moratorium idea comes out, just so that you have my perspective on what it is. On Friday, we have a major, first thing is we have a major, what do you want to call it, a brand or a reputation issue in Palm Coast. I think most of you up there would know that. We are viewed as being an anti-business, a difficult place to do business. And so when we throw out the word moratorium, the investors who are already looking at us as a secondary market are wondering what it is that we're doing. Friday, we got to go up to Jacksonville and meet with all of the region's economic development directors. And there, we get the pleasure of explaining why we're considering a moratorium here. Next month, Hammock Beach Golf Resort and Spa, there's going to be the entire state of Florida's economic development professionals from throughout the state, not just Tallahassee, but Naples and elsewhere. They all come here. They meet for 3 days at the Hammock. And what's the subject of that conversation going to be? Well, look at these crazy people in Palm Coast. What are they doing? Investors have been calling me. Builders are very concerned. And then also, to Councilman Danko's point, we're concerned about the residents. If this was any one of us, we would really want to see something done. So I applaud all of you, number one, for rejecting the moratorium idea, and number two, for really trying to figure out what are the solutions that are going to solve it. So thank you, keep up the good work, and that'll conclude my time.
Next speaker, please.
Jacqueline Centifanti. I am a HBA Vice President. I work for a home builder. I'm also a 35-year resident of Palm Coast. I've owned 3 homes. I've built 2, and I'm currently building another one. In my 35 years, I've lived in 7 different sections, so I've experienced stormwater in every way you can imagine through every hurricane. I mostly am up here to applaud the work that we've been doing with staff. I think inviting us to the table was important. As Anna Maria mentioned, that was several months ago when they started looking at this, and a lot of that came under the competent leadership of Deputy Director Lynn Stevens when she came on board. I think you'll find that she has a vested interest in fixing this across the board, and she is right to bring us to the table at these meetings where we made comments and had that. It was not just home builders, this was certified surveyors. These are people who do the surveys, they do the, and they made suggestions on how water should flow and what it looks like, and made suggestions on adding different inspections that actually would help us all get to the same place. Also at the table, you have your planning committee leaders, you have zoning, we had our field reps from Lynn's department, and I think it's important that you understand all the efforts that have been made. The stormwater review process, one of the things I oversee with the home builder I work for is the permitting process, so I've been on the back end of it. The stormwater review process is lengthy and it's detailed, and they take their time. They are often, to our chagrin, the last department to review. They get 5 days. We typically get almost every other department back within 2. Stormwater is almost always last, which is kind of a hiccup, but it's because they are so detailed in reviewing these plans. And again, I think a lot of that has changed in the last several months under the direction. So I think that it's important that you understand that when reviewing site plans, they are always looking at adjacent properties. The changes that have been recommended that we had no issues with should alleviate a lot of that. And I think they're doing the right thing. They said that they're addressing 50 visits are scheduled through the end of this month. So I think there are some major concerns. I also think they are one-off and very individual and need to be addressed as such, and it seems like they're taking action to do that. So I wanted to commend them.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'm Kaylee Rickard. Can you hear me? I'm Kaylee Rickard. I'm a small business owner. I actually owned a gutter company. So with the discussion leaning toward gutters, I'm going to kind of redirect a little bit of my thought process originally from what I was going to talk to. So I'm always at the government affairs meetings from the Home Builders Association. Lynn has been to several. I actually own a home that has been impacted by the elevation situation, and we've discussed it at one of the meetings that she came to. With that, gutters don't fix the issue. From the gutter industry, personally, it is going to redirect it straight off onto the properties beside it. If the properties beside it are already having issues, it's just going to make that worse. In my personal experience from having a house built next to me, a little bit higher of an elevation, they put gutters, now I have more drainage in my yard. It doesn't fix it unless you're gonna add some kind of French drain system on top of that gutter system, and all these costs are gonna impact that home builder that is like buying and building a home. So you're gonna put in a $2,000 to $3,000 gutter system, add the French drain system, all those are gonna add into those costs. So you have to consider that too of those new home builds and the cost for that. I also want to state the City of Palm Coast Utility Department came into our HBA meetings and were proactive whenever there was an issue with the PEP tank system in our area. And I do feel like there are still issues here with the stormwater and the swells. There is a huge backlog in swell maintenance in our community. And I feel like if we can work together and be more proactive in getting outsourced to get that backlog fixed on the stormwater swell system, that could potentially help this problem. In the community. There's a lot of sections right now that, yeah, it doesn't drain properly in the front. Get more people in, dig the swells out that are backlogged for the 3-year backlog, and maybe the problem will be a little bit better.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. My name is Robbie Barrick. I'm the owner of RBI Homes and Roofing, also Palm Coast Pools. So I own 3 companies in town. I've been building in this town for over 8 years. I'm going to piggyback off what she just said because it's a very strong, helpful point to the staff and to us builders and everybody involved, including the residents. 3-year backlog of stormwater swale fixes is beyond ridiculous. I just built my own personal home in the F section, And a month after I closed, they were there on the other side of the street cleaning out the swales. And I said, are you guys coming on my street next? And they're like, no, you're 2.5 years out. I'm talking 20 feet across the street. So why would they do the whole one side of the street and not go across the street and fix that at the same time? We need to outsource a swale maintenance company with all the money that the city has at y'all's disposal in the so-called kitty fund, right? Hire outside companies that know how to maintain and dig out swales. And not 3 years, I'm talking 3 months. And then we builders have a benchmark, an elevation benchmark that we can now flow water to, that actually flows and not stands in the front yard for 3 or 4 days. Okay, this is builders and residents alike. We don't like seeing standing water in our homeowners' houses. You know, after closing, 3 months later, I'm getting a call, my lot's holding water. Well, it's because the 5 houses down the road that are 20 years old that it doesn't have a proper swale. Okay? We focus our energy on cleaning out the swales and the culverts once and for all. And then we pay to maintain them. If we do that, we can flow the water properly and get it the hell out. Once and for all. We need to outsource this to companies that know how to do the job. I love the city, I love the staff, but guys, they're not cutting it. They're not cutting it. We need to hire outside companies that know what the hell they're doing. And we can flow with their projects.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Candy from Palm Coast, District 3. I see just a few issues with some of the proposals here. To piggyback up on what he just said, I've actually took the time to speak to the Army Corps of Engineers, and I've asked them about the problem, and I've shown them all the information that I've gathered, and they said there's a simple fix. Keep talking about gutters. Yes, the swells need to be maintained. We need to put French drains in our yards, the infill lots, that'll keep the water from shooting out the gutters into the neighboring properties, right? If you put a French drain, that's lined with limestone. Limestone is very viable, lasts longer, and it'll actually purify the water coming off of our properties, going into the swells and then into the canals where it should be going. So I see that as a solution. I would like to see permanent drainage added into the wording of the building code. I want to see permanent drainage between infill lots. And it could be, you could do permanent drainage tubing if you like. That's what I put in my yard. I put permanent drainage tubing that goes from the back out to just to the front of my yard. But the limestone would be the most cost-effective, quickest way, easiest way for the builders to be able to put the drainage onto the yards, which would make them happy and would make all of us residents happy, because we all love Palm Coast. If I didn't love Palm Coast, I wouldn't be spending all my time, all my extra time here, and all my extra time with the meetings, and I bet you I've answered more emails, phone calls, and text messages than probably anybody up here besides you, Ms. Pontieri. And you've inspired me. Your public service and your commitment to the community means a whole lot to me and to my group. You seem to be the one that's really with the citizens out of everybody, and I'd like to see solid people up there on the dais after this next election that have that same exact mentality, because that's what Palm Coast needs. We're not beholden to developers. No is not a bad word. No, slow down, is a good word. If you really love Palm Coast, you do have an election coming up, and I suggest that you take a pause on some of the building, because you are destroying our city, and none of us like it.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Please. Next speaker, please.
Scott Sowers, Flagler County resident for 30 years, Palm Coast resident, business owner, been here doing a lot of stormwater projects, many thousands of feet of stormwater that I've fixed and installed around here, so I know a little bit about it. Using a moratorium to help residents in one area and in the same breath putting other residents out of work and new homeowners paying additional loan fees seems like a bad idea. Fixing the drainage problems, and if needed, putting more resources, like Robbie said, towards fixing the problem, that's a really good idea. Reaching out to other local groups that have a hand in construction and working together at revising the technical manual which we've been working on, is a good idea. So isn't this nonsense that we have to put people out of work in order to fix a stormwater project? Think about it, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Antonio Amaral, Jr. I've been a resident of Palm Coast for 40 years, actually 41 years this just January, so I was 9.5. I've been a builder in Palm Coast since 1991. I am invested in Palm Coast, not a concept, not an idea, not a thought. The simple fact was stated, staff has told you you have a manual. Does it mean it's perfect? No. But none of the manuals are perfect, because if they were, City Council wouldn't have to be here except for to vote for new things. You have been asked in the past to help with stormwater. Nope, we don't have the money for it. You have been asked to dredge canals to help alleviate water. Nope, we don't have the money for it. You just came off of a process of factoring in what your budget was going to be, and not once was it a major issue to work on flooding. But it becomes always the problem of the other person. It's the builder's problem, the evil person. If I am building on an infill lot, which was given and plotted through ITT over 60 plus years ago, how am I not to expect certain things to be available to me? If I am the last house to be built on that street, why all of a sudden is it that house's problem that there's flooding? It's not. Staff has told you the manual makes us maintain water on our property. I have been around long enough where there were manuals that were done where you were allowed to leave a uncleared low section in the back of the properties. I never chose to do that for my customers, but that was allowed. And now we're coming back 20 years later plus of being a city, 24, and it's now the responsibility of the guy who's now building to the current code, following the exact same manual. And by the way, we do work with staff when we run into certain problems and hey, if we can move this, we'll solve a big problem, and we normally do it. But it is not the responsibility of the new person to now fill up the neighbor's backyard, because back then it was allowed to leave it low and flooding. And now that water no longer can drain onto the neighbor's property because there's a home and they have the right to have their house high and dry. These are issues that come up often, and they're usually compounded by making knee-jerk reactions and trying to solve a problem that was only recently brought up, because again, during your budgeting, not once was any of this brought up or a major concern. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
A little short. I'm Carrie Forbes, Firethorn Lane. I am one of the 163 houses affected. And I don't know if you are misinformed or haven't, the lot next door to mine is way over 22 inches. I have a short torso, but I have a 6-foot fence. I can see my neighbor's shoulder up, no problem. They can see into my pool. We have major flooding going on. It's not just in my yard, it's into my home. My master bedroom wall and master bathroom have had water enter through. My walls are wet, my rugs are wet. We are afraid. Ms. Pontieri immediately responded to my email. I appreciate that. This isn't a joke. This is my family's health. I will litigate. This isn't funny, whether it be with these people in a class action lawsuit. I know my rights as a homeowner. I know my lot shouldn't be infilled like flooding like that. I also, sorry, I'm getting lost. I debate moving. Do I move to a new lot and hire builders that I think exercise poor judgment? Because
if they can't see that this is an issue, do I want them to build for me when I can see they clearly overlook so many things? And is this who we all represent? Mr. Blase, is that who you represent? Because I saw your email and it was not as nice as you were up here on the dais. That is not what you said in your email. I'm looking for action. I don't want hollow words at community meetings. I want change. I understand we're a growing community. I understand there are questions, but my family's health, to me, is more important than the growth that will happen in the next 30 days here. I don't know what the answer is, but this isn't it. And I feel like Ms. Pontieri is the only one that's actually taking this issue seriously, and it's extremely, extremely disappointing to see. We're all watching. And I will fill out a comment card. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Leslie Johnson. I live in the P section. And I'm going to start off by reminding each and every one of you that the U.S. Declaration of Independence guarantees that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Those rights include, and I'm going to paraphrase from here, the life, which is the right to enjoy one's existence without the threat of loss of privacy, because fences are 6 feet on one side and 3 to 4 feet due to the new builds on the other. Liberty, the freedom from fear of adjacent new builds' lack of proper stormwater drainage, destroying homes and properties. Also, liberty to address City Council without fear of reprisal from their employers being bullied by the HBA and Chamber of Commerce. Also, the pursuit of happiness, the right to enjoy the fruits of their labors without being told it's their fault, because, newsflash, water does run downhill. Until these last couple of weeks, no one has paid attention to these problems until we came forward and banded together as citizens. We are together and we are united. Now, what we're looking for is a way to fix this problem, and thank you so much for this discussion today. I cannot thank each and every one of you for your consideration, your words, everything that you're putting into this and your thoughts, as long as they're true. We need a fix for our people now. This lady cannot live in her home as it is. She has fear. She has loss of liberty. She has loss of life and loss of the pursuit of happiness. Don't disappoint them. And as Ms. Pontieri aptly spoke earlier, you each have the moral duty and obligation to represent the people of this this city, the people who have elected you, our residents, your neighbors. Each of you, you're not beholden to the HBA or Chamber of Commerce. You are beholden to us. And to allow them to bully you is unthinkable. So I want to thank you again for all that you're doing. I appreciate this forum and this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Jeff Knotts, living in P section. I find it very interesting on your plaque up there, it has 1999. I'm assuming that when the ATT was control of it, if they were still control of it, will we be going through what we're going through today? I seriously doubt it. So if everybody on this battle, if you don't fix the problem, you might not be there the next go around. I appreciate the starting of the helping what you can do, We keep building on it and go further. We can make this city, the best in Florida. I'm hoping so. We know we can. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Eco Gennaro, Seminole Woods. Thank you, councilmen and women, for your time and having this meeting. I'm going to keep it extremely brief. I agree that we need to have a 45-day or minimum pause period on these foundations on this construction. Currently, the house that is next to me that is being constructed, the dirt that has been infilled and brought in is currently higher, or if not at least the same height as the fire hydrant that sits on my property too. We need to do something about it. I said, I've been down here about 15 years, and in those 15 years, we've kind of joked about it in the past that, man, they're bringing in a ton of dirt on that property. That's going to be too high. I never thought it would actually be an ongoing issue for so many residents. And I feel like it's something that has continually been overlooked. I've done construction for most of my life. I understand what it's like to have to put a pause on things, and we're all trying to make ends meet, but it shouldn't be the financial burden of homeowners who have to bear the weight of that. If the city hasn't put ordinances in place that allow for a minimum height, that's the city's responsibility. And also one more comment. It's interesting, if I ever did a job, a side job, or anything for a customer, and I said to them, you know, I hope I don't get sued. I don't think that would be a good outlook for me to have regarding the comments that have been made. So before this should have been resolved a long time ago, but now moving forward, we need to make sure that we take the necessary steps, put a pause, take a step back. If this was a health concern, we'd be doing everything possible, you know, in order to stop it and prevent any further problems. So we need to take a slight pause and reevaluate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
My name is Celia Puglisi. I live here since '91. Let's stop the blaming. Let's stop ITT. Let's stop our storm water. Let's stop the reality. The reality is, as Mr. Dennis McDonald mentioned, that is not being enforced. 24-156C of the city charter, okay? It's ordinance 24, like our dearest Councilwoman Pontieri have mentioned. We are not against developers. What we are is against those builders that lately have decided to go 4 or 5 feet over infill lots, and they are, you know, faithfully affecting their next door neighbors. Now, also, I hear from Mr. Carcotti here, I heard on his presentation that he advised to give the engineer of the developers to do the last survey or last whatever. Listen, it's like, this will be like giving the fox the design of the chicken coop. Let's stop and see the reality. We are 190 people affected, 145. Here you have people representing 129 members of our regional chamber of commerce deciding the fate of 100 and over 102,000 affected residents. It will be hundreds and hundreds of properties approved if you don't go like she had the proper suggestion, 90 days moratorium. Nobody's gonna go hungry with that. This is what we are told all the time. We are being harassed. We are being forced to accept what is a total disaster for many of the residents. It's not only the flooding, other issues, but the flooding right now is serious. How come this lady won't be able to live on her home? This has to be resolved now. During 90 days moratorium, they've been fighting for this over 3 months, maybe longer, for years. And now you're forcing 4 of you, which we won't ever vote for you ever again for what you're doing, voting against our, you know, caring Councilwoman Pontieri that is asking for 90 days moratorium. Let's please support what support us. Not what supports the very affluent, some of the builders. They're not even all of them. I think the older builders know much better how ITT build us. Like, you know, Amaral was here. Some of the older builders know. I think it's some of the younger builders, Horton, some of the newer builders that come here from somewhere else that have decided to go 4 or 5 feet higher. We need protection. The people that is flooded need protection now. Please hear us. Thank you, Councilwoman Pontieri.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Tom Brady of the P section, Mayor, Council people, members, concerned citizens, builders, and business people. I've been here for 9 years. I closed on my house 9 years ago, and I was really impressed when Seagate Home came in. At first, I was devastated when they tore out all the trees, and I'm like, oh no, they can't do that. But then they told me, they said, well, we have to make a horseshoe bend around your property so that all the drainage water does not go into Rocco's house, across the street into Art's, and everything else. And I'm like, I can live with that. Then, because of the erosion, because of the heavy rains we have, a lot of the alluvium material has actually filled in. And during the pandemic, I got kind of bored, so I went out and dug up my yard, leveled it out a little bit more to get rid of some of that alluvium so that it actually would continue to drain out into the swell. And there are some other things that I'm concerned about, and that is, are these impact fees covering all the cost of the roads, the sewer system, the water pressure? My water pressure where I live has gone down considerably, and we've only had 4 or 5 houses in our particular one. How about the increased infrastructure for the power to generate the PEP tanks and everything else? Not to mention the increase in our insurance costs if we're continually being flooded. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for your
comment. I concur
comment.
with all the other people.
Next speaker, please.
Carol Brassfield, in the W section. In regarding the moratorium and in response to the Chamber of Commerce and the City Council, this would not be an issue in the city.
Carol, pull the mic a little closer so we can hear. Thanks.
Sorry.
That's okay. Just pull the whole thing forward. Thanks.
Okay. This would not be an issue if the City Council and the city departments hadn't kicked this problem of elevation and flooding down the road. This would not be a problem if the city did their jobs on maintaining the swells. This would not be an issue if they looked at the elevation problems and the flooding they caused, which has been going on for over 2 years. It would not be an issue if the city allegiances weren't always with the developers and you all are forgetting the pre-existing residents. This would not be an issue if you cared about the citizens and did not try to silence them. The moratorium would not be an issue if they listened and acted on the flooding issues of elevated lots in a timely manner. As I see this, and I don't think I'm stupid, contrary to how you may see me, but this is the city of Palm Coast government's fault. The buck stops with you, Mr. Mayor. You do not represent the people. The moratorium is to make things right, and when this is accomplished with satisfaction, build away. Build use every single piece of property and build a house on it. I don't care, but take care of the flooding.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Shelley Bradley. For the last 15 years, I've lived in Seminole Woods, and I absolutely love it there. I know we're bringing up gutters and silt fences and things like that, but it is little compensation for the things that we've been going through for the many years that we've been doing this. Everything seems real new right now. Everybody's bringing this flooding to you right now, but this has been going on for quite some time. Adams Home built 2 homes next to me on the east side of my house. The first one went in and I had some flooding. The second one went in and I was told it was 10 inches above my house. It was well within the realm of possibilities for the builders to do at that time. There was no cap, which there was, but the building department, Gary and Carl and Mr. Lee, told me that I was out of line for even questioning it. So they went ahead and built those houses. Since then, the flooding around my house has been substantial. The northeast side of my house constantly swirls, gets underneath my foundation. I've had cracking. I have put gutters on. We've done elevation changes. We've done everything we could until last year it became so bad that I was having foundation issues. Does anybody know what a sinkhole is? Anyone? Okay. So it was the potential to have a sinkhole. There were voids that were underneath my foundation of the house that I worked so hard to pay off, to have. I had to spend $22,000 to jack up my house and have it phoned underneath to be able to protect it. And guess what? It is still flooding there, and it is still undermining everything else that is under that house. The jacks are going to save it, but there's still voids constantly being done there. So talking about gutters and silt things, this is ridiculous. This is my life. This is my home. You are allowing the building department to let the builder say how high they want to build a house. That's what I got from Adam's Home. They were within their right to do anything they want, and Palm Coast stamped it, and that's what they're doing to this day. Take a walk in your yard or around your properties. Go ask the people who are doing all of the sites right now. Ask them, who told you to build that high? Who told you to put that pad that high? Well, the builder did. Well, what right does the builder have? Well, their surveyor told them they do. And Palm Coast stamped it. I'm only 10 inches and I'm flooded. Why are you not saying, oh, 22 inches? No, not next to this house. You only get 3 inches. You only get 8 inches. Forget the gutters. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there, next speaker, please.
Jeremy Davis, P section. So here, Ms. Pontieri came up and had a great solution to give the city 90 days to fix an evident problem. You have builders coming up here telling you that there's a problem. You've seen me several times. Common sense, when I told you common sense building 2-3 months ago, you said there needed to be engineers. When they put 4 feet higher elevation of dirt next to my property, there was no evident requirement of a silt fence, and that damn mud went right into my pool. Imagine that. It rolled right downhill. As the saying says, you were in the Navy just like me. Shit rolls downhill. And that's what's happening here. If you had the people in the city to come out and inspect this, we wouldn't be having this issue. I was at a job yesterday doing an estimate at 8 Robin Hood Lane, and I look out their back door, and their property has a 2-foot dirt mound right along their whole fence. I'm like, whoa, where the hell is all that water going? Right into their backyard. This is the most stupidest thing I've ever heard from a city except for her. She is the brightest woman that said, we need to pause this and fix our city. It's not your city, it's our city. That's what needs to happen. You guys are playing with fire, because I am going to get a lawyer and come after the city. And I'm sure I'm going to have a lot of people behind me on this. I am not playing with you. I am for real. Just like I told you 2 weeks ago, I'm a man of my word. And I am going to hold to it, just like I'm holding the city to what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to fix this problem. I want to know why 62 Parati Lane, that doesn't have a certified occupancy, has been listed on Zillow for 70 days. Explain me to that. If they don't have the certified occupancy, how are they listing this home for $334,000 next to mine as my price drops? Explain me to that. I don't want to get too worked up, so from here, I'm just going to leave. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Sir, I think you've already spoken. If you've had a, fill out a comment card for me in the back, and we'll get you an answer. Okay, yes, sir, everybody gets 3 minutes. That's it. Next speaker, please. Fill out a comment card for me, we'll get you an answer.
I didn't hear.
Fill out a comment card in the back, yes, and we'll get you an answer. Yes, ma'am.
Joy Cook, Seminole Woods. I represent all the residents in Seminole Woods who are having these problems. I support a 45-day to 90-day moratorium. I support the committee that Mr. Danko is offering. Maybe within that time, we could come up with a solution. Okay? It is time to stop kicking the can to the residents of the Palm Coast. Also, I've seen inspectors who actually just sit in their trucks and look at these properties, never get out. Okay? I don't have much to say today, but I just want you to know that people are watching, and Councilman Clufus, we are very disappointed in you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, my name's Chase Rogers, Flagler County resident and business owner. Want to touch on a couple things in regards to deposit of building. That wouldn't be healthy for anybody in this community, as we wouldn't see the pause tomorrow, but we would see it as a pause in 90 days from now, 6 months from now, when there's no permits, there's no building, there's nothing going on pertaining to building. Just like if we were talking about a different industry here, let's say the food service industry or big box stores, anything like that other than construction, and there was being about a stop on that kind of work, there would be an uproar from that crowd. So, people that are in support of this need to put you in our shoes to think that way and how your families would feel if you were not going to work for 90 days. Now, to talk about the grading issue, that's all we do. We're a grading company. We grade a lot of these new houses, and we regrade a lot of old houses. And I've got some of the best graders in the industry in this county working. And in regards to that, what was proposed to have a citizens to meet about these issues, I've got guys that work for me, and one guy sitting back here to gladly be on that and lead that and propose new ideas, because we're the boots on the ground. We're the guys out here doing the work. And it is very difficult when we're building a new house to new standards and we have a 20-year-old house next door that's not to those standards, not to any standards at all. So we're here to help from the private sector, even talking about the swales for the city that needs help. There's plenty of people in this room with companies and equipment that can bid on that work and perform that work probably cheaper than the city can do it and faster. So we're here from all angles, whether it's leadership, serving as consulting for what needs to be done out in the field, or actually boots on the ground labor to solve some of these problems. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Please. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak to City Council at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Crystal Kirkland. I am in the B section. I was not planning on speaking today as I feel like I am stuck in the middle of a divorce between two parents as the city of Palm Coast and the builders and the flooding issues. My biggest thing is I feel like the numbers are a little inaccurate, because if you took a survey and actually found out how many people do have flooding issues that have no faith in the city to even put forth an effort to put in a comment card or a request for flooding, I feel like those numbers would be a lot higher than the 100 and, I don't know, something people that are actually out there. With my neighbor's permission, my house was built in 1983, his house was built in 1979. We were one of the first houses in that section. And it's to the point where anytime that it floods or anytime that it rains, there was a house that was cleared and built from our house about 4 years ago that's significantly higher. So every time that it rains and floods in the house behind us, he has this preparation. He has a regimen that he's ready to go, that he's building it out. He can't focus on his family. He can't focus on his business. He can't focus on his children and grandchildren, because every time that it floods out there, that's his thing. So my question is what are we worth? All I hear is one side of the building here talking about how they are concerned for their home, for their family, for their children, for their neighborhood, and then I have the other side concerned about how are they going to feed their family if they're out of job. I would really like to know what 45 days is going to detrimentally, what is that actually going to do? What are we worth? Is that what we're worth? Are we only worth however much is lining their pockets? Or is that, that's just my question. And it's been really interesting to see the perspective and to see where the heart actually lies. And I don't feel like it's within our existing residents. It seems to me that all it is just money, 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 money. Is that what we're worth? Is that what all of our residents that have put in our life, our community, our businesses, our jobs, my patients that I talk to each and every single day having the same complaint, yet they're scared to come and actually have a voice because all it does is get shut down consistently. So if you actually probably took a survey to see the people who are actually implemented by the flooding and are just have no faith in this, it's not a city that I would like to stand behind if I was the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another speaker? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Dee Robles. I live in the U section. I'm going to say something about what she said. I have a lot of neighbors that I asked them to come here, and you know what they told me? Why should we go there? Because the people that represent us don't care about us. So why waste our time? Okay? I'm just letting that up front. Next thing is, I'm going to talk about the swales. And sir, what you're saying, there's no facts. Bring the facts when you talk about what you state up here, okay? The other thing is, the swales, okay? All I hear every year, we got to work on it. We don't have the money. We don't have the people, okay? But you have the money to put out books of what happened all last year. What happened to us here, okay? What happened to us here? You seem to waste money on all these little different things, but what happened to us here? That we don't have the money for this, we don't have the resources for that. What happened to us that voted you in? That is my question. I don't want to hear, oh, we're going to do this or we're going to do that. Give me a timeline, a timeline. This is what we're going to do. This is how much it's going to cost. And this is the timeline. Don't come up with, I'm going to talk about it later. We're going to have another meeting later. What is that? All you're doing is pushing us back because you're giving us excuses. Okay? And I'm sick of excuses. Excuses a parent doesn't take from their kid. So why are we taking that from you? Okay? And thank you very much for trying for us, Ms. Pontier. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Jay. I live in the B section. Looking at Carl's presentation, it showed that the older lots, it was designed to drain into vacant lots, which is actually a mistake by ITT, because now you guys are actually doing the right thing. You have a design where the water has to stay on the lot. So these people are the victims of an old design. So actually what you need to do then is expedite his committee to get them funding to be able to get their lots fixed so that their lot drains properly to the swale as well. If their lot is designed to drain to the lot next door and it gets filled, then obviously you're gonna have a problem. Make sense?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for your service. My name is Jamie Warrington, and I'm here on behalf of my employees at Builders First Source. As you saw, there was a bunch of those guys that were here, but unfortunately, they don't get paid unless they're working, so they had to leave. The other 70 employees had to stay at the office today so they could feed their families. I'm a St. Johns County resident, so I can't really speak on behalf of any of that, but I can tell you that if there is a slow in the construction industry, that we will be laying off staff. And those are the people that live here. Those are the people that go to school. Their kids go to school here. They spend money here. And those guys and gals did not know anything about this until today or yesterday when I informed them about that. So they didn't have the opportunity to hear their voices heard. But as their leader, I'm here to ask that you do fix their problems, but allow us to support our families and allow our team members to support their families. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Tim Domke. I live in Palm Coast, and I own my own business in the construction industry. The notion that a 45-day delay will put someone out of business is a blatant lie. This is the biggest boom economy we've ever had in the construction industry. For every job I take, I turn down 10. The notion that a 45-day hold, they're gonna have to lay people off, they're either lying or they don't know how to effectively run a business. Thank you.
For your comment. All right. Are there any other speakers that would like to address me at this time? Yes, sir.
My name is Samuel Somalia. I live in Seminole Woods. I'm a Flagler County school bus driver, a Vietnam-era veteran, Army artillery. I'm speaking today from what I see on my school bus. Turning corners through Seminole Woods, the W section, the P section. Every time I make a turn and look to my left or right, I see the arm of a track hoe clearing land. And I keep track as I go by the progress that's being made. And I see many, many more truckloads of fill being put on these properties to where when I go by, I see things that are very uneven. I see houses that are lower than the others. I see flooding, and it upsets me. And I have a fill-in lot next to me that hasn't been built on yet. And I'm afraid that they're gonna come in with too much fill, and I'm gonna have a problem too. So I'm asking you, please, a moratorium, if 45 days doesn't seem unreasonable, and stop this locomotive building that's going on in this town. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address me at this time? One more.
Good morning, I'm Chuck. I live in the B section. I think for the most part, it's pretty disappointing as a taxpayer of Palm Coast and, Flagler County overall. As far as a group of citizens having to work together and come through, we already pay taxes for a stormwater department. Flagler County has a road and bridge department. I believe those two need to get together and figure out a problem. City water goes to county ditches. So just, it's pretty disappointing that for all this, the main outcome was to punish the workers of the city and county versus the team actually getting together that's responsible for it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address me at this time? On this issue? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. We have a motion on the floor and a second. I'll come back to the dais. Is there any additional discussion?
Yes, I have a quick question. One of the gentlemen in the building community mentioned other erosion controls other than what we're proposing here. Can somebody elaborate what that actually means to me? If he's still here, or if,
Ed, you got to ask.
or if you can, or if someone else can, or Carl can.
Ask staff.
There are alternatives, and we do have that in our code that allows for measures that meet certain requirements. So we'll refer to the requirement and then give some options.
Okay. And I just want to agree with I think it was Tony Emerald Jr. who mentioned that we should consider outsourcing swales, or it was someone else, but I think that's something we have to look at down the road for outsourcing that maintenance. And I just want to mention that, but my motion stands as it is, so.
During discussion, Councilwoman Fontana.
So I want to thank everybody who came out today, everybody from the building community, the residents, everything that everybody has talked about. So the gentleman who is with Intracoastal, the young lady who owns the gutter company, the gentleman who owns the grading company. Your concerns about why certain things aren't going to work are exactly why we shouldn't haphazardly just pass these things in order to avoid a 45-day pause. We have to get this right. What we are doing, respectfully, Vice Mayor, on your motion is misguided. It is a rush to continue, let's continue to build, whatever we have to do, let's just push it through. That's why we're here. We would not be here if this very issue were not pushed under the rug for as long as it was, I shouldn't say pushed under the rug because I don't know, I haven't been here and I don't want to speak for staff. All I can say is now we know we have an issue front and center. We know there are a lot of people affected by it, including our builders and our developers, because you all are going to be affected by this too. So why not take a very short amount of time to get it right and then move on? And then we can all say, yes, we've worked together. Yes, we've collaborated.
Excuse me, Ms. Pontieri, as acting as the mayor now since he's not
No,
here.
sir,
We
no.
are discussing this motion. Your motion for a moratorium has already failed in front of this council.
Vice
So if
Mayor,
you
I'm
are-
voicing why I
I'm-
disagree with your motion. You
Well,
will give me my time.
you can disagree with the motion, but, hey, I'm not going to say this once even. We do not interrupt this proceeding. And if you do, I will have you removed from this room. You want to test me? You are to be removed. Deputy, this man right here in the hat, remove him right now. Anyone else want to be removed? We need to be able to have discussions. You've had your time to speak, but you cannot interrupt this proceeding.
Vice Mayor, you
Please.
interrupted me.
Now, let's go back. The mayor's here, but I'm just pointing out that your motion has failed. We're discussing this motion.
I
If you wanna
am
keep-
addressing
All
your
right, go
motion,
ahead,
and as I
proceed.
stated, it is misguided and haphazardly put forward in an effort to continue to build, rather than do what's right in a very limited amount of time. So I am voicing opposition to this motion because we had 3 business owners in our own community say, these are not the right moves. Don't do this. But we're just going to do it because, God forbid, we stop building for 45 or 30 days or however long it is to make sure we get it right. I asked staff, are these 3 things, have we looked at other ordinances to see if they're possible, if they're the right thing? There are options, okay, to a lot of these people's point. There are other options that we can look at, and we can codify them. We can codify the options. But rather than codify the options and give the people who are supposed to be making the decisions based on their 30, 20, however many years experience we've heard today, instead of giving them those options, we're saying, nope, we're going to push this through now so that we can keep the building going, just keep it going. That is not the right thing to do. It is not. Vice Mayor, respectfully, if you truly want the parties to work together and you truly want to come to a resolution, then the option is not to just say, oh, staff said on page 17, these are the ways to do it. No, let them go back and look at other ordinances that have worked, that are working, and put in the options available instead of just pushing this through. So I oppose your motion for that reason.
Okay. Additional comments yes, ma'am.
Yes. I agree. Councilwoman Pontieri has a lot of very valid statements that she has made, and I actually wanted to wait until I heard all the comments from everyone here on both sides, because I've been here supporting all of our residents that have suffered through the flooding. I've listened to what's come from the builders industry, and my first thought when I came here this morning was, the main thing that we have to remember is that we are all citizens and residents of this community. We as a council owe you your just rights, and that's why we serve you as our community. What I think Councilwoman Pontieri really made sense was that our guidelines when it comes down to the stormwater and all of these other issues that we suffer with here in Palm Coast, the infrastructure, the water situation, the PEP tanks, the everything. She just mentioned so many of them, and every single one of them made sense. But what I thought, what I wanted to make clear to everyone is that I am concerned about everyone's issue here. I'm concerned about the woman that's suffering with the flooding in her home. That's a serious issue, and I've made it very clear how I feel about all of this. But the other thing that I feel very concerned about when it comes down to our construction and building industry is that each and every one of those individuals that work for these companies, they're not wealthy individuals. They get out and they work every day. They might make $12, $15, $16 an hour. They got a family of 3, 4 people. So I was concerned, well, what happens to all of these people and their families during that moratorium, if we institute this moratorium. So that was a big concern of mine when I came here, but after listening to everyone here, I think that what we need to do is come back and look at all of these issues, and as stormwater, these task force groups, let's work together and come up with something that is going to rectify, fix all of our problems that we have here. It might take more than 45 days. Sounds like it is. To me, it does. It sounds like it's going to take more than 45 days to fix all of our problems. And they didn't just happen. They've been going on for a long time. So it's going to take a lot more than 45 days. But I do ask that we really seriously focus on fixing these problems as soon as we possibly can. Let's rectify some of these problems. I personally asked that one of the gentlemen in the audience, if we could come out, I think I asked the city manager at our last meeting. I don't know if it's been done, Nada, yet, but if they would go out and look at his property. I don't know if it's been done, but I do support you. I don't want to see these men and women that are out here working for these construction companies lose their jobs, lose their livelihood. 45 days, some people live paycheck to paycheck. So we have to be very careful when we think of that. And that's basically what I want to say. I want to see us work together.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilwoman. Councilman Clufus.
I appreciate the empathetic prerogative, Councilwoman Hyder. I think that's very reasonable. I think we have a real opportunity here, like you're saying, to work together. I also think
Please, everyone, we have respect for all the public speakers, so everyone can hear. Please let city council members have their discussion. Go ahead.
No worries. I was just agreeing with Councilwoman Hyder. I think that this is a much more elaborate problem than what we're trying to solve here. And I'm not sure the 45-day or 90-day moratorium without actually pointed items that we're talking about. We said, Councilwoman Pontieri said we have a bunch of things that we can continue to codify into code. I'm asking for those things so we can do that. The hit list of items that we have that our staff has also agreed to that are potential additional factors that will improve the situation. Even if we had a stop of everything for 45 days, I'm not certain that that would prevent anything that is already existing in our community. I think it's more important for us to go out, hands on the ground, boots on the ground, excuse me, to try to figure out and solve these issues. And I like Councilman Danko's point about having a committee where we have citizens and advisory task force that we can start to remediate some of these long-lasting issues that have been here for a long while. I'm not sure a 45-day moratorium without the changes that you have made into our workbook would have any impact on these existing situations, and that's what we need to solve here. And that's my position. I appreciate the empathetic prerogative of Councilwoman Hyder as well.
Thank you. With that, Clerk, I'm going to ask you to call the vote.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri?
No.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
We now move to the regular public participation, Section E of the agenda. And I'll read the instructions again. In order for city staff to be able to respond to your questions or concerns, please fill out a comment card with your contact information. The comment cards can be found on the table near the agendas or available from the communications and marketing directors seated in the back. Anyone wishing to speak may approach the podium, provide their name, and may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please. Gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Let me just finish up. Thank you for patience. Anyone wishing to speak may approach the podium, provide their name, and may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please direct all comments to the mayor, be concise and to the point. Avoid delaying or interrupting the proceedings, and do not make any irrelevant, impertinent, or slanderous comments. Any person who becomes disorderly may be barred from making any additional comments and may be removed. I appreciate your patience. Please go ahead and proceed, Mr. City.
And if I could, sorry for the delay, Ken.
Yeah.
But we had to go through
All right,
that
Vice Mayor,
first.
got it.
I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, well, very interesting morning. Good morning, my name's Ken McDowell. I live in the C-section. I'm here once again to demand that this city council approve and fund a full and comprehensive forensic audit. And this, what's gone on today, is further evidence of why we need one. Okay, as previously stated, this city has never had one performed and has fought against it every time it's been proposed. Why? If there's nothing to hide, then our city should be in the sunshine. Our city government over time has established an intergovernment. There are so many decisions, approvals, etc., that have been made over the years that impact how our tax dollars are spent, and very few of those decisions benefit us, the taxpayer, who are paying the bills, but certainly benefit real estate developers, both residential and commercial, as well as many others. Many of these decisions were proposed and pushed long before they reached our city council, meaning it goes on in back rooms here at the town center. Okay, let's take example. For example, the constant rezonings and how the city master plan has been totally ignored. Properties that were originally zoned residential, single family, to residential multifamily, and properties that have gone from residential to commercial, all with total disregard for our master plan and the effects to us, the people who are paying for it. So much for our government's decisions, so much of our government's decisions are influenced and overseen by a law firm out of Orlando. Our city attorney, and they've been here since this city was incorporated, okay? Our city attorney is a contract employee of this firm. One can only imagine how many millions of dollars this firm has made off information made available to them by their employee that sits up here on this dais, who is privy to the city's business operations. As a result of these and other issues, I'm appealing to all city employees to step forward and help us become a whistleblower. As Sheriff Staley says, if you see something, say something. There is no need to use the city whistleblowers program. You can remain anonymous and not have your livelihood at risk. You can contact the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, the state's attorney's office, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, individually or collectively. All they need is probable cause. Together we can expose this nasty underbelly of our city government, because we need sunshine and bleach to fix our city government and ensure that our tax dollars are being spent with honesty and integrity.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Arthur Vescovi, Palm Coast, Florida, Pineland Drive, Pineland Lane, I'm sorry. Now, I had a question, and I wanted to ask it, and I'm sorry, I haven't been to a few meetings in a while because I've been upset with a couple of city councils, people like yourself. And some of them are in Volusia County, but I'll bring that up after I just make a statement. I just want to ask this question, and it's not important, but it's important to me because I know what happens, because I've been in the industry for many years. I broke ground with Walt Disney in Orlando, Florida, at probably the age of 6 or 7. It's not important. I was there when they were going to build it. So I go back a while, and I know a little bit about a lot of things. Not important anymore. I want to retire. The bottom line is, in Palm Coast, we have PEP tanks. And I know you probably have heard this before. I am concerned about flooding for one reason. How much did it cost us in the last 4 hurricanes to replace PEP tanks because of water and because the tanks sunk in the ground? That's my question. You don't have to answer it to me now. That was my question. I wanted to ask this young lady here because I think she knows a little bit about that. It made me sick when I started doing the research, not about just the tanks, but what about the infrastructure where all that water had to go when the tanks collapsed during the storms? The amount of chlorine, or what happened to keep the water at least suitable so we could get rid of it. As you well know what happens to wastewater. I won't get into all that. The biggest thing that I'm concerned about is flooding, because I've been there and I've almost drowned in a storm in New England. And I was saved by a lifeguard. I was 9 years old. so I know how to get out of a mess when I'm in one. He taught me. That's that. I love Palm Coast. I've been robbed. I've been abused. I've been taken advantage of, and I put a couple of lawyers out of business because of what they did wrong. I was an investigator for 20 years in the city of Daytona Beach as a PI, private. I run one of the largest security companies in Daytona Beach, so I learned a lot. I worked with Bill France Sr. also, and I did a lot of work at the Speedway. The bottom line is this. I can't stand what's happening to our communities. Palm Coast, I'm worried about. Volusia County, my concern there is taxes and insurance for flooding. It's going to get real tough on us. I know because I own property there and I still own it. I got 6 properties left. I had 28 when I started. I'm selling them off. Why? I see the damage.
Very good. Thank you for your comment.
You're welcome.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Jeff Knotts again. I got a couple questions. Why do we have to pay taxes on stormwater when it sits in our front yard? And I do also support an audit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Celia Puglisi in Palm Coast since 1991. I am going to ask our council and mayor, probably for the first time ever asked here, that the city has the right, as I call, and I sent every one of you an email, I call the district department of the state that takes care of parcel clearing burning. And they have told me that that is decided by the cities and the county has nothing to do with permitting or prohibiting that. In 2021, the school had some events that were reported by the media, and they had a very serious issue with the smoke of some burning west of I-95. They cleared large parcels. The developers, sorry, I have to mention that, they are developers clearing large parcels like is happening now off of nearby Culver Lane. And we had here in the last meeting, Darlene Shirley, a resident of Hidden Lakes. They've been bothered for several days. This affects our lungs. When that happened in the school was 2021, and before that, there were elderly residents with respiratory problems created by the clearings around nearby Route 1 and inside the city. So the city needs to come up with our own ordinance for the first time to protect our breathing system, okay, and our health. This is not fair that the developers are allowed to clear these parcels, and other than paying and being greedy and haul away, no, they are allowed to burn inside by the city. It's not, I've been told before by city officials that, no, it's not the state. Let's go and talk the reality, because a lot of lies are being told here. And this is told by people that we are paying to work for us, and we should not be accepting that. So I'm asking, please, Councilwoman Pontieri, thank you for your services, and everybody else, we need our own city ordinance. And maybe after we create our own ordinance against parcel clearing, burn, ban within city limits only. Don't even think about the county because they have agricultural. They won't go for this. But then maybe the other cities like Flagler Beach, Marineland, Crescent City, whatever, I mean, all the cities around that will take it, and we will all protect each other. Because this is ridiculous that we have to deal with these burns and the smoke. The smoke also have caused in the past accidents in the major highways near and inside the city because they restrict good vision for the traffic. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other speakers? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Paul Vargo, 21 Colorado Drive. Mayor, I'm here to report on a recurring problem that we have in our area over there, and it's graffiti, okay? We've got it on the 3 bridges, still off of Colorado, Colchester, and the other bridge. Code enforcement has been great about coming out, okay, and taking care of the problems when they can, weather permitting and all that other stuff that's involved. But it's kind of a Band-Aid approach. What do you do with graffiti? Is there an action plan? Is there something? But it's not really, you go, you see it under the bridges. Now in Colorado, it's on top of the bridge. It's from one end of the bridge to the other on both sides. You go down the other side of the bridge on the west side, and it's on the telephone poles. It's on utility covers over on Colchester and the porta potties, okay, that are, at the building sites. So you call the porta potty place, they don't give you much satisfaction at all. Ask them to take the thing out of there and they won't do it. They won't paint over it. It sits there. And I guess we could get into the causes of graffiti or whatever else we need to try and resolve the problem. Why do they do it? Is it for the thrill of getting away with something? I'm not sure what our laws and policies are, that if someone does get caught, have we ever caught anybody in Palm Coast for graffiti and made an example out of them, or what have we done? I'm not sure. But I think I came to you with this problem 2 years ago, right? And then again, within that time, I think there's a 3rd time reporting on it, but it's an eyesore. You look at people, they say, oh, it's art. It's not art, it's vandalism. Okay, pure and simple vandalism, right? Why do they hit that area so much, especially on those 3 bridges? I don't know. But if something can be done, a little extra effort set forward, somebody made an example out of maybe you got to hit them in the wallet really hard. I don't know what the laws permit. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for your comment. Any other members of the public want to address City Council at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Melinda Moraes, resident of Palm Coast in Pine Lakes for almost 30 years and visited for 8 prior to that. I'm a Realtor and I'm a resident. And I welcome all the building. I love Palm Coast. I don't plan on leaving. I'm listening to all sides of everything, and I got here a little after you established and were voting on the Citizens Council that's looking to resolve the flooding, which I also have in my home that's over 30 years old, never had flooding until recently with new building. I just don't know if you plan on having engineers on that committee or if we're just going to talk about it, because I don't have the answers. And if it's just composed of citizens that don't really understand to make solutions for the problem, I don't think we're going to resolve the problem that way. And I don't know how to resolve the problem. I wish I did. And when the city came to look at my flooding, they just told me to put a drainage in there. And I just found out that there was so many other residents experienced the same type of flooding. I don't think a lot of people know that this is going on here. They might think that they're individually experiencing flooding themselves. So I just think that with our solutions, because that's what I'm hoping we do, resolve the problems, that we have engineers, and we look at this as a holistic problem for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Jeremy Davis, P section. So we just had a vote.
So, sir, we had the public comment on the motion. Is this a new topic?
Yes, it's a conflict of interest.
Okay.
Conflict of interest occurs when an individual's personal interest, family, friendships, financial, or social factors could compromise his or her judgment, decisions, or actions in the workplace. Government agencies take conflicts of interest so seriously that they are regulated. These individuals should be recused from discussion and voting on new bill construction. You, Mayor Alphen, are part of a company called Grand Living Realty. So is your wife, so is Donald Toby Tolan. You guys also have a Heather Haywood that's also on the Building and Permit Committee. I find that very odd that 4 of you from the same realty group is all tied to this together. I also see that Ed Danko's girlfriend is an active real estate agent. And I also see Kathy Hyder is an active real estate agent. I find this hard to believe that we're gonna just brush this stuff under the way so people can keep selling homes and not worry about what is going on. See, I'm getting worked up. Oh, man. I just find it hard to believe that this is a huge conflict of interest, that you are tied to most of these building developments, and you are basically nonchalantly taking her idea and passing this. Y'all just unanimously did not even pass the moratorium, because it's clearly evident the city needs more time to figure out this problem. By allowing it to keep going, the numbers are going to rise. Just like 3 weeks ago when he thought the number was 26 and it was 128. Now it's 163. How many more homes do we got to keep putting on this before we say enough is enough? How many more residents are we going to flood in Flagler County here in Palm Coast before we say enough is enough? You have that power. We don't. We're just voices, and evidently the voices are growing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other speakers at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Took a lot for me to come up here, an awful lot. My name is Joy Vargo, and I also live on Colorado Drive. I'm just wondering, we were asking the question about the graffiti. The graffiti is your flood problem now. You're going to have it. We've been here 2 years. I asked them 2 years ago, please, when you see the graffiti, the reason why it's there is because you're not taking care of it right away. You got to go out there. The turnaround time, when I called code enforcement, the turnaround time is, oh, I'm going to go and inspect it, which he does, and then I'm going to put in a request, and then that request will be pending, and it's been pending for 2 or 3 weeks now. Now, after all that, more graffiti has popped up. Since the first time I told him, January 9th, there has been 4 other places, just in C-section, that has the same graffiti. And he assured me it was not gang-related. How do you know that? It's not, as you say, it is not art. It's vandalism. Is there any punishment? I'd be willing to work. I'm a retired teacher. I'd be willing to work with the students in schools, posters, talk about a citizen task force that needs to be done. Let's look into the graffiti problem. Call me. I'm more than happy to help you with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
See something? Say something.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. This is on a different topic, right?
Yes. Okay, I'm just curious. I just have a question, simple. How many city inspectors do we have? And is there a delegation of authority that gives the inspectors whatever it is that they're supposed to do, their instructions, so on and so forth? I'm just kind of curious. I don't know. That's all I have to ask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it's a different subject. Hi, I'm Candy. I'm here to talk about the conflict of interest also. The fact that you sit on a lot of committees with Mr. Chimento back here, And then he's fighting for the developers against Palm Coast residents over in the Polo Club or whatever it is. That's a conflict of interest, whether you think so or not. All your real estate connections are a conflict of interest, and the election's coming up, and you know you're gonna have to disclose all your financials, right? We already know where you're connected. All the people in this town with money are connected on committees, so that's how they get more than one vote. We get to go vote with one vote at the polls, us people, working people. You guys get to vote with your money in your committees, and then the developers get their crap pushed through. I'm tired of being steamrolled with my own wallet, my own tax money. You say we can't afford to fix the swales and the drainage, but we can build a sports center that nobody's gonna ever go to? We're worried about putting concessions in the sports center. If the town floods, sir, your sports center's not gonna be there anymore. If the town floods, sir, your developer friends aren't gonna have anywhere to develop. And I've been watching you roll your eyes at people as they're speaking. Speaks volumes to me of your respect for the people whose vote you're going to be asking for in November. You will not get mine.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address me at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. We move to...
Mayor, I'd like to make a couple of comments. First, to the two folks that spoke about graffiti. I actually will be meeting with our sheriff this Friday, and I'm going to bring that up with him and see if there's something else additional that law enforcement can do, because it is becoming a blight on our community. I also want to address the person who attacked my girlfriend for being a real estate agent. When you go to sell your house, I just wonder who you're going to call. You're going to call a real estate agent. You're not going to call somebody else to come sell your house. My girlfriend sells homes, existing homes, and she helps people find existing homes. She has not tied into developers or anything of that nature, and I think it's absolutely disrespectful of you to attack the wonderful real estate agents we have in our community that help us all buy homes. Don't raise your hand. I'm not asking you to speak. I'm not asking you to speak. And also, Ms. Hyder is a real estate agent. She helps people find homes and sell their homes. That's what real estate agents do. So don't confuse that with developers, because it's not the same thing. Yeah.
All right, Vice Mayor.
If I can just touch on the graffiti cover-up real quick. Oh, I was just going to say, I read the city manager's report this past week, and I know that we had the special projects team out there on the Long Creek Bridge. I saw that. I thought that was great, and I think that's something that we can probably expand. But I wanted to say thanks to the staff for going out there on Long Creek Bridge and fixing the graffiti. Let's get the rest of this fixed.
Just briefly, also, the graffiti, whenever you all see it, please email us immediately, because we are working, when we email the commanders, they are on top of it really quickly. So if you see it, email us as soon as you see it. That could be a quicker way to get it addressed. We're looking at other mechanisms, cameras, things like that, to be able to look at it closely and stop it and prevent it, more preventative measures rather than reactive. So we recognize it, and I appreciate my fellow council members saying something about it. May I ask Chief Berryhill, we talked about the controlled burn issue. Would you mind just speaking to that, please? Because this is, I think it's 2 weeks in a row now that this has come up.
Don't we have that coming up in an agenda item?
I don't think we have a controlled burn issue on the agenda.
It's not coming up according to Mr. DiLorenzo? No, so you're working on it?
I appreciate it,
All
thank
right.
you, because this has now come up a couple times.
Good afternoon, Chief Berryhill, Palm Coast Fire Department. Yes, ma'am, so we did respond to a comment at City Council last week regarding controlled burning. So we do have an ordinance that doesn't permit residents to burn, because the reason we're allowed to do that is because of our garbage pickup, because we take things away. But the developer burning, someone called it parcel burning. I think that might not, I don't know if that's the accurate terminology or not, but that's controlled through the state by the Florida Forest Service today. And so we met with the Florida area supervisor this week on what our options are to do that and what the tools that they utilize when they restrict and monitor that burning. And so as we were talking about that, there's wind, direction, there is what the impact of the smoke is. Certainly someone mentioned a highway situation. That would be a qualifying reason why they could restrict developer burning. The Chief of Staff DiLorenzo and I, last 2 years ago, maybe 2.5 years ago, we worked to start to develop an ordinance for ourselves to try and do something a little bit different. And when we did that, one of the steps of that was to meet with the Florida Forest Service. It's a couple of different individuals today than it was then, but and they advised us that they have the authority to restrict and control burning, and for us to do that, we would have to join to an MOU in Tallahassee with the state agency. It would be a process, something that we might be able to do, but today our recommendation is that we would continue to utilize their expertise because they really are the subject matter experts in those kind of things. In addition to providing, we do not employ certified burners today. They're all certified burners. In addition, if there ever is an incident, they're who we rely on to work together with to protect, our residents in those kind of situations. So, is there an option available potentially for us to make a change to what we've done going in the past to the future? Yes. Additionally, the way it was represented to us is that the state agency that we would engage with in order to do something like that hasn't done something like that in a long, long time, and they're not they're not necessarily looking to start dividing their authority with local municipalities. And so the Bunnell district of the Florida Forest Service has served us very well for a long time and continues to do so. We had a lot of issues a couple of summers ago with some controlled burning, and work together. They're a great partner. We bring the issues that we hear here to them, and they work to make sure that within the confines of the law that they're allowed to control and restrict the burning that occurs. And additionally, they're able to make suggestive comments that are outside of that authority to say, hey, I can't stop you from this with this wind direction, but that if you do this, that I'll be back out here later today with multiple complaints to be double checking every single thing that occurs. And we've had some strategies. We haven't had this comment for a while. And I'm not exactly sure where the burning is that's going, because there is burning going on outside of the city of Palm Coast as well. That's also being managed by the same residents. But that's kind of the update.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I apologize for putting you on the spot, but wanted to share that.
No problem.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Nothing else.
So, with your comment, yes, hold on one second.
May I comment to Mr. Jeremy?
1 second. Did you want to follow up and ask for staff to come forward with an ordinance regarding burning?
I think I'd like to meet with staff and
Very
Chief
good.
Berryhill
Okay.
first before I make that. Yeah.
I just wanted to make a comment to Mr. Jeremy, if you don't mind. And no offense whatsoever, but yes, I am a Realtor. I've been in real estate almost 15 years here in Palm Coast. And you and I spoke briefly at one of the community meetings. And I just wanted to say to you that we met at a network meeting that we both belong to, and you explained to me that you're in business. That you own some type of a tinting business, I think it was you referred to me. So my question to you, and you can answer or not answer.
No, we can't. No, back and
Okay,
forth.
I'll just comment. There are many tinting businesses in this community, and I would venture to say that you would not appreciate it if we lumped you into the same category with every tinting business, good, bad, ugly, or indifferent in this community, because I myself can tell you that as a Realtor, I have given back more to individuals in this community than most. And when I say that, I stand on it, because I've given back to veterans, I've given back to healthcare workers, I've given back to so many in this community, and my real estate business allows me to do that. So I want you to just understand that you can't lump all of us together as a group of bad people that don't do the right thing, because I know I do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, with that,
We can approve the minutes.
I'll move forward to section F, which is the minutes. I'd like a motion
I
for...
make the motion to approve the minutes.
To approve the minutes of January the 2nd, 2024 business meeting. I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor Danko, a second from Councilman Clufus. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Similarly, I'd like a motion regarding the January 9th, 2024 workshop meeting. I'd like a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll make a motion
I have
to
a motion
approve
from
those
Vice Mayor
minutes.
Danko, second from Councilman Clufus. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We now move to Section G, ordinances of the second read. Counselor, if you would read in number G5, please.
Certainly, Mayor. This is an ordinance, Old Kings Village Comprehensive Plan Amendment, application number 5505, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, providing for the amendment of the City of Palm Coast 2035 Comprehensive Plan as previously amended pursuant to Section 163 Florida statutes, amending the future land use map flume designation for approximately 62.3 acres of certain real property from Flagler County designation of residential low density and commercial low density to City of Palm Coast designation of residential and mixed use as described in more detail in the legal description, which is an exhibit to this ordinance with site-specific policy to limit development to 210 dwelling units and 30,000 square feet of non-residential use, providing for conflicts, ratification of prior acts, codification, severability, and an effective date. This is second and final reading of this ordinance, also a public hearing item, and it is a legislative matter for the City Council's decision tonight.
Thank you, Counselor. And you have a summary presentation for us. Who does it?
Just a very brief summary of everything that's happened with this item, Mayor and members of City Council. Good afternoon. Jose Papa for the Community Development Department. This is the first of two applications regarding Old Kings Village. The first one that you're going to have is the Comprehensive Plan Amendment. And just a brief summary again. We are at the second reading of this item. This item was continued from December 5th, 2023 and January 2nd, 2024. And that's basically to allow the applicant and the adjacent property owners to negotiate on some settlement. The amendment itself is a change from the Flagler County designations to city designations of residential and mixed use with a site-specific development limit of 210 residential units and 30,000 square feet of non-residential uses. The Planning Board has recommended approval of this item. And so at this time, I'd like to just call up the applicant who's here available to answer any questions regarding how the conversation with the adjacent property owners have fared.
Does the applicant have a presentation?
Mayor, council people, Michael Schmento for the applicant. We have no presentation for you, but I do want to tell you that we have an executed agreement between the developer and the HOA. Their representative is here to answer any questions that you may have, but all those issues have been satisfied. As it relates to the county, we have addressed all but one of the county issues, and that deals with drainage, and that'll happen during the permitting site process, which we are looking forward to get a conceptual master plan approved.
So the questions that remain from the last meeting have now been addressed, and you all have agreed?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, City Council members, I would ask if you have any questions of either staff or the applicant at this time.
If they've addressed all their issues between them and they're all satisfied, then I have no questions whatsoever.
I don't have any questions. I was emailed last night and this morning, was very thankful that you all came to an agreement, so I'm glad to see that happen. I don't know if Mr. Bayer's still here, if I lost him somewhere. Thank you for everybody's efforts. Thank you to the applicant for the efforts made in working with the homeowners and to staff as well. No questions.
And my understanding, that's a signed agreement, right, with
Correct.
the HOA?
Correct.
Terrific.
We're fine, no questions.
Perfect. Yep, I also responded back to the email from Ms. Kraus, and yeah, we're all good. Good work working together.
Good. I appreciate that. Now, I will open, Mr. Tyner, you had something else
Yeah, I
to
was
add?
just going to say there is a representative here for the HOA as well.
Oh, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Dixon. I'm on the board over at Flagler Beach Polo Club West. And we do have an agreement between Mr. Schmento and our attorney, Mr. Bayer. The items at question were the 25-foot buffers and the fencing around Secretariat and the Spillers lots. So we have an agreement right here, and thank you all for your consideration.
So I hadn't commented, so we took a little risk at the last meeting, and I appreciate your ability and the applicant's ability to get together and work as a community. So thank you again very much.
Yeah, we had
for
that workshop on December 17th, and we were able to make it all work, so thank you.
Just really quickly, if you could stick around for the zoning portion that's next, because I do have a question that's related to that. So if
Okay.
you don't mind, just a few more minutes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so with that, I would open up this item for the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item at this time?
Mayor Alfin and Council Member Sean Moylan, Deputy County Attorney on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners. We support this land use change amendment. For one thing, it puts more restrictive density and intensity rules in place. And moreover, it only makes sense that the city would want to put its comprehensive plan on the lands within its jurisdiction rather than apply the county's comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any other members of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. Any final discussion from City Council? Then I would ask for a motion.
I will make that motion to approve.
I'll second it.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Danko to approve and a second from Councilman Clufus. Any further discussion? Let's do a roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We now move to item number 6. Counselor, if you would read that in for me.
This is ordinance rezoning application number 5506, Old Kings Village. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, amending the official zoning map as established in section 2.06 of the City of Palm Coast Unified Land Development Code for 62.31 plus or minus acres of certain real property described as tax parcel identification numbers 38-12-31-0000-03040-060, 38-12-31-0000-03, 040-0070 and 38-12-31-0000-03-040-080. Generally located on the east side of Old Kings Road, about 2.5 miles south of State Road 100, Moody Boulevard, and being more particularly described in attached Exhibit A, from Plan Unit Development, PUD, to the Single Family Residential, SFR1, and Neighborhood Commercial, COM-1, zoning districts providing for severability conflicts and an effective date. This is second and final reading of this ordinance. This is a quasi-judicial matter. Should the council have any ex parte communications to disclose, now's the time to do so.
I've heard from folks from both sides of this issue. It won't
Affect
affect
your
how I vote.
decision?
I've only heard from the residents since the last time we were here, and it won't affect my decision.
Have you?
No comment. I'm sorry.
Have you received any ex parte communication? Will it affect your decision today?
No.
Councilman Clufus?
I have not.
I have, and it will not affect my decision. Counselor, does that satisfy your question?
And I'm sorry, I answered that incorrectly. I have not received information that would impact my decision today. I've been reached out by the same people everybody else has.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have no ex parte communication that will affect our decision today, for the record.
Mayor, City Council, this is the rezoning portion of the companion land use, and Mr. Hoover will have an abbreviated presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Bill Hoover, Senior Planner with Community Development. So back in 2007, the 84-acre site was rezoned as a PUD in the county, and then later on, in 2009, the 21 acres in green were sold to Flagler County. And so today they're asking for 60.12 acres to be rezoned to single-family residential 1. Those are 50-foot wide lots. They've amended the original application down to neighborhood commercial, or COM1, from general commercial at the request of City Council, and that's capped at 30,000 square feet. And the that's the subdivision master plan that was originally submitted. Actually, it's less than the 210 lots that they're allowed. And the planning board did vote 5-0 to approve this project. And the it's application number 5506, and they also found it consistent with the comprehensive plan. And the applicant's team is here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Councilwoman Pontieri, you had a question perhaps for the...
You know, I think Mr. Hoover answered it. I appreciate the representative from the Homeowners Association being here, but can you just confirm, because the ordinance does say COM 1, the summary on our front page says COM 2, so we are going to COM 1, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make that very clear, and can we, if you all could just represent that that's your understanding as well, Mr. Shimento?
That is correct. We reduced it to COM 1.
Okay, perfect, thank you. That's all I had.
Very good. Then I would open this, if there are no further questions of staff or the applicant, I would open this item up for the public. If there are any members of the public that would like to comment, please come forward.
Mayor Alphen, Sean Moylan on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners. I wanted to start out by saying our original goal would be to keep the current zoning in place or largely reflect it. The planned development under the county's approval had 30% open space, sidewalks for golf carts, a clubhouse pool, tennis courts that could all be used by these residents and Polo Club West residents. But seeing the writing on the wall here, I did speak with Mr. Shimento and boiled down the county's remaining concerns if you are inclined to grant the rezoning. Many of these will come up at the platting or site plan phase, but I do want to state them on the record here today so that we know exactly what our concerns are and what Mr. Shimento was committing to on behalf of his client. First of all, we've asked for a 10-foot wide right-of-way dedication along the Old Kings right-of-way for a future sidewalk, and thankfully the developer has agreed to that. We do appreciate that. In addition, we've asked for a 25-foot wide vegetative buffer immediately adjacent to that 10-foot wide sidewalk piece, and we ask that that 25-foot buffer remain in its natural condition so that the roadway, as you're driving down the road, that it will appear largely the same as it does today. If there are any parts where the vegetation is thin, we would ask that it be vegetated or supplemented with additional vegetation. We are glad that they've reached an agreement with the unincorporated residents of Polo Club West, and we support that agreement. Now, there's another concern we have. We want to make sure that the residents of the Old Kings Village will not use the county property immediately to the north, which is going to be a future driveway to our parklands along Bulow Creek. We don't want to have any direct access from Old Kings Village onto the county's future driveway. And in the site plan or platting phase, we're going to ask that there be an easement there, a non-vehicular easement, so that it is documented. In addition, related to this concern about access to the county's driveway, our understanding is that a piece of this development around it, roughly 1 acre in size, I could be wrong about the size, is going to be cut off from access to the public right-of-way. And we do disagree with that. We think that, and I'll just call this the Cullis parcel because I believe Mr. Cullis has some agreement with the landowner, or maybe an option agreement. It does not make sense to cut off a piece of land from access to the public right-of-way, and you'd be essentially forcing that owner, Mr. Cullis or whoever else, to utilize either the county's driveway to its park for access to his property, or perhaps through Polo Club West. I understand that HOA disagrees as well. So the developer, GeoSam, should provide access to its own land. The last concern, which is the one Mr. Shimento said is still up in the air, the current site plan and the permit with the Water Management District depicts a stormwater outfall onto a very narrow strip of green space immediately adjacent to the county's driveway, future driveway to its park. We're concerned with that. We would request that that stormwater outfall be swaled or piped up to the Old Kings Road right-of-way, because we don't want the water coming onto our driveway or having to accommodate that in the design of our future driveway. So I wanted to make sure we got those concerns on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moreland. Any comment from the applicant?
We have been in discussions with the county and will proceed to address their issues. Those will happen on the parallel path of the conceptual master plan and ultimately the final plating. Today, though, we're here for zoning, single-family residential, COM 1. We do have to work through the stormwater issue, but that's a permitting issue that we can't answer conclusively. The rest of it, though, seems to be fine. Mr. Cullis's track is not a lot of record because of that access issue. So presently, in the conceptual master plan, it is merely a track, and until access issues are resolved, it would not be developable. For example, in 2014, the county had approved a plat where it did have access on Secretariat. Secretariat has told us, the HOA has told us that they do not. So in the event that they want to come back to you all and make that a lot, they'll have to address those issues at that point in time. But presently, it's not a developable lot.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address this agenda item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I will close public comment. I'll come back to the dais. Any final questions, discussion?
I have none.
Councilwoman Pontieri?
I appreciate the county.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the county echoing their position for posterity, and I expect the stakeholder to be able to work with the county collaboratively.
Yeah, that's all. I just want to echo that. Hopefully, our neighboring county can work with you guys to make sure their concerns are addressed at the proper phase, obviously.
Thank you for that. So if there's no other discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Vice Mayor Danko has made a motion to approve. Councilman Kloufis has seconded the motion. Is there any additional discussion? So just continue with the roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Danko,
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder,
Yes.
Councilmember Kloufis,
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri,
Yes.
Mayor Alfin.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
We now move to item number 7. Councilor, if you would read that in for us, please.
This is an ordinance, Belterre Boulevard, US 1, comprehensive plan amendment, application number 55-26. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast providing for the amendment of the City of Palm Coast 2035 comprehensive plan as previously amended pursuant to section 163 Florida statutes, amending the future land use map flume designation for 6 plus or minus acres of certain real property from green belt to mixed use with a note on the flume, to limit non-residential development on the subject property to 30,000 square feet. Subject to property is described in more detail in the legal description, which is an exhibit to this ordinance, providing for conflicts, ratification of prior acts, codification, severability, and an effective date. This is second and final reading of this ordinance, also a public hearing item and a legislative matter for the council to decide.
Thank you, council members. This was, the first read was heard on your business meeting of December 19th, 2023, and Mr. Papa will have the staff presentation for this adoption hearing.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and members of City Council. Jose Papa for the Community Development Department. Just to review very briefly the item before you. First part would be a comprehensive plan amendment, which would then be followed by a zoning map amendment. So here we have again, what we have is an 11-acre parcel at the corner of Belterre Boulevard and US 1, currently designated as Greenbelt. And the proposal here is to change approximately 6 acres of that Greenbelt to mixed use. And along with that change to mixed use, there will be a cap of 30,000 square feet on any non-residential use within that 6 acre. There's been no changes to this item from the first reading. City Council approved this at first reading December 19, 2023. And again, the Planning Board did hold a public hearing. They did not receive any comments, and provided no comments regarding this amendment. So staff believes that this item is ready for your approval at second reading, again, to change the future land use map designation for the parcel, for approximately 6 acres of that parcel, from greenbelt to mixed use, with a site-specific policy to limit development on the subject property to 30,000 square feet of commercial uses. And the applicant's representative, Mr. Bob Dickinson, is in attendance and available for questions.
Do you have a presentation, or are you here for questions? Or both?
Bob Dickinson for the applicant. I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Let me ask City Council members, are there any questions at this time?
questions.
No questions, thank you.
No questions.
No, I think we have no questions. If there's no additional discussion by City Council right now, I would open this item up to the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment, come back to the dais. Any final discussion?
I have none.
Then I would ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion
I have
to
a
approve.
motion from Vice Mayor Danko to approve, and I have a second from Councilman Clufus. Any additional discussion? Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Aye.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
We've now moved to item number G8. Counselor, if you would read that into the record for us, please.
Certainly, this is the companion rezoning application for the previous property, number 5500 Belterre and US 1 Commercial. Second and final reading. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, amending the official zoning map as established in Section 2.06 of the City of Palm Coast Unified Land Development Code for 11 plus or minus acres of certain real property, described as tax parcel identification number 07-11-31-7065- RP 0E1-0000, generally located on the north side of the intersection between Belterre Boulevard and US 1, and being more particularly described in attached Exhibit A from Suburban Estates EST 1 to General Commercial COM 2 and Preservation PRS, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date. This is a public hearing item and quasi-judicial in nature.
Council members, any ex parte that would interfere with your decision-making today?
None.
No.
No.
None.
We have none. With that, I would ask Mr. Tyner.
Mayor, City Council, this was heard at your December 19th business meeting. It was a first read that was approved 4-0 vote. No changes been made to this item. Mr. Hoover will have a brief presentation.
Good afternoon. So the applicant's proposing to rezone this 11 acres northeast corner of US 1 and Belterre Boulevard. Okay, so the westerly 6 acres that is predominantly the frontage on Belterre Boulevard and US 1 would be going to general commercial or COM 2. The easterly 5 acres would be in preservation. And we can see that we got a very good buffer between the single family and the commercial. The planning board voted 5-0 to approve this and determined it was consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommended approval to the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Any other staff comments? City Council members, questions or additional information regarding this item?
I have none.
No questions.
No?
No questions.
Nope, this seems like the most, the highest and best use of this land, so yep.
Good, yeah, I would agree. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment, come back to the dais for any additional discussion. If there is no more discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to approve.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Danko to approve and a second from Councilman Clufus. Any additional discussion? Stick with the roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
And I know that we now move to the one that we've all been waiting for, is item number 9. Counselor, if you would read that in. And
This is
I'm
huge.
just hoping that there are no Rickenbackers in the audience that would take offense to a name change.
Okay, this is an ordinance renaming Rickenbacker Drive to conform with current practice. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, renaming Rickenbacker Drive to Rickenbacker Drive in keeping with current practice, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date. This is second and final reading in a legislative matter.
So in a brief, succinct manner, just remind us why we're changing the spelling again so that it conforms to.
Public practices that have been in practice for over 20 years. I have no updates since last presentation in December. Like Ray said, this will not affect anyone's address. It's been in practice for over 20 years by all government entities as well as the residents of that street.
And does not affect the searchability of the project by anybody's governmental search engine, correct?
Yep.
Good. If there are no questions, then I would ask any member of the public that would like to comment on this item to come forward at this time. Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. And if there is no further discussion, I'd ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Just for clarification, we do, Anthony, if you could correct me if I'm wrong, do you have to read the title into the record?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Do you need it again?
No.
Once is enough?
There's a no take backs joke in there
That's
somewhere.
fine.
We do not. Thank you for that.
Or thank
We
you.
have a motion and a second. There is no additional discussion. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? So clerk, have the count.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We now move to section H of the agenda, which are ordinances of the first read. Counselor, you're getting your work cut out of you today.
All right. Just got to find the ordinance in the package.
Okay.
Okay. This is first reading of this ordinance. This is second amended and restated Town Center at Palm Coast Plan Unit Development PUD Development Agreement, DA. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving the second amended and restated development agreement for the Town Center at Palm Coast Plan Unit Development PUD, amending Table 6.3 to permit fee simple townhomes in areas of the Town Center PUD, add data center as a permitted use in the town service and town business area, adding guidelines, criteria, and incentives for developing mixed-use buildings in the urban core area, permit fences or walls up to 8 feet under certain conditions, and housekeeping amendments, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date. This is a legislative matter.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Papa or Mr. Tyner, who's...
Mr. Papa will have the staff presentation. I know the applicant is also here.
I'm sorry.
Hold on one second.
I just have a question.
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. And correct me if I'm wrong. The packet says this is a quasi-judicial item, and I would ask that the clerk swear people in if that's the case, because we agreed
Council
to
said it was administrative, so...
I understand. The
you know,
packet says it's quasi-judicial.
let's get a clarification.
I mean, I look at this, it could be, it could be quasi-judicial.
So if we err on the
arguably,
side
but
of
it's-
caution, swearing in is not a problem, right? First of all, has anyone had any outside ex parte? No, no. No, so we have not had any ex parte, and if the clerk wants to go ahead and swear in the witnesses, that's fine.
Sure.
We covered it, right?
It's for this one and the next one anyways, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you'll be testifying in this item, please rise and raise your right hand to swear or affirm the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I'll go with it.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, now, Mr. Papa, if you would proceed.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon again, Mayor, Member of City Council, Jose Papa for Community Development Department. This item are proposed amendments to the Town Center Palm Coast DRI Planned Unit Development Agreement. Just like to go through some background regarding Town Center at Palm Coast. It's approximately 1,600 acres. It is a development of regional impact approved in 2003. The planned unit development, which is the development agreement that serves sort of as a land development code for this area, was also approved in 2003. The future land use designation for it is DRI, along with those green areas which are designated as conservation. The entire site is designated as MPD or master plan development. To provide some backgrounds, there have been a number of amendments to the DRI and the PUD agreement. In 2018, the development order was amended to provide some flexibility in transportation impact and transportation projects, along with the impoundment of impact fees collected within the DRI into a separate fund or account. For the PUD development agreement, over the past, we've amended the street names, the track designations, signage regulations, and alternative for garage parking requirement, and that typically affected areas within the urban core or town core area. This is a summary of the entitlements, including conversions up to this point. The allocated entitlements, of course, changes almost on a day-to-day basis as property is sold and as entitlements are sold. So, it's a very quick snapshot, but again, it doesn't really hold true for for too much time, again, with a change of ownership of property. So, giving you a background of where we are in terms of development entitlements within Town Center. So far, you've had about 850,000 square feet of commercial office and institutional development within Town Center. The Target, the Publix, the Palm Coast Medical Office, City Hall, the City Center office building, catty corner from us, are all part of the Town Center DRI. You have a 2,400 seat movie theater, 125 room hotel, nursing home, and again, as a snapshot at the time this presentation was created, 521 dwelling units have received COs within Town Center. And as I mentioned there, development numbers changes almost as development is completed. So in addition to those completed developments, you have additional entitlements that have been sold but have not yet gone vertical. That includes about 650,000 square feet of non-residential and 2,500 dwelling units within Town Center. Within the approval of the DRI and the PUD, you also have a track map which identifies areas of development within Town Center. The other part of this is that you have a master development plan which identifies development pods within the project. And again, those different colors mean different things because within the PUD development agreement, they represent what types of uses would be allowed within those colored areas. So just to mention here that you have a lot of light green color within this Town Center PUD, and that represents about 714 acres of open space and conservation area. And that's designated as town commons within the master plan or the DRI area. So this amendment is a request essentially to accomplish the following. The first is to bring consistency to the types of residential uses permitted in the Town Center PUD by eliminating the distinction between fee simple and common ownership of multifamily residential units. As the amendment will show, we have designations within the Town Center PUD that would allow townhouses and multifamily, but only as rental. And what this amendment is trying to do is to eliminate that distinction so that we can also allow fee simple ownership of townhouses and fee simple ownership of multifamily residential units, which usually comes in the form of a condominium ownership. Another amendment here was to allow data centers as a permitted use in the town service and town business areas of the PUD. We have uses currently listed that would essentially allow a data center within the town center, but I think in terms of what we've heard is that dealing with those who actually develop data center, they wanted it to be more specific and essentially to enumerate or outline that data centers to make it clear that data centers are permitted. Another amendment would be to provide additional guidelines and the criteria for developing mixed-use buildings within the urban core area of the PUD, and along with an incentive to permit the conversion of non-residential square footage to residential units, but only when that project is a mixed-use building within the urban core area. So it doesn't apply project-wide in terms of town center. It's specific to urban core and a mixed-use building. The other part of this is to create rules for fences and or walls needed for security or safety. I think the big target there is that data centers might require some additional security, and so we're providing for that flexibility to increase the maximum height of fences within, or walls within the town center. But again, still needing to meet the architectural requirement to make it consistent with the rest of town center. And there's a couple of house cleaning and cleanup items. So going back in some detail through those different amendments, Amendment 1, again, is to bring consistency to the types of residential uses permitted in town center PUD, and essentially by eliminating the distinction between fee simple and common ownership of multifamily residential units. As you can see on the third line there, where it says multifamily dwellings, they're permitted in the urban core and in the town business areas. But the line below that says townhouses and row houses, they are not permitted. And the big distinction there is that multifamily, common ownership, townhomes and row houses, by our definition, are fee simple ownership. So you've allowed one type of townhouse, essentially, as long as it's under common ownership. And so by specifying that townhomes and row houses are permitted in the urban core and in the town business areas, you've eliminated that distinction between common ownership and fee simple ownership. And the other part of this is that to clarify that duplexes, when constructed as part of a multifamily complex, we have this already, and this is just for clarification purposes, are permitted within the urban core and the town business areas. You have within central landings, pods where you have two dwelling units side by side. Essentially, it's a duplex. Under the previous, before this amendment, duplexes, there's some ambiguity as whether it's permitted or not. But this is just to clarify that as long as it's part of a multifamily complex, like Central Landings or the Palm Coast Landing Senior Apartments, duplexes are permitted within that compound. So the second part is this amendment to add data centers as a permitted use, again, within the town service and town business areas of the town center PUD. And data centers, I had to learn quite a bit about this, and I did speak with our IT director on what it essentially is. But it's just essentially a building that houses a network of computer servers, and it's there to store large amounts of data for organizations, and really serves as a remote storage and processing or distribution for that data. And these are just images of a data center taken off of the internet. And I think the whole purpose of providing this graphic is just to show you that by design, these data centers can be designed to meld or to be consistent with architectural standards that we've set for town center. The third amendment we have is to clarify guidelines, to add guidelines, criteria, and incentives for, again, mixed-use buildings in the urban core area. So as I mentioned, within town center, there are different pods of development. And one of those pods is the urban core area. And in this case, it's the area that's in violet. Essentially, it's the area along Central Avenue between the traffic circles to the east and the traffic circle on Town Center Boulevard. And what this amendment will do is to provide really an incentive to create a mixed-use building within that urban core area, and providing clarity and guidelines to what a mixed-use building is and how that mixed-use building should be developed. So the first part of it is that the ground floor within a mixed-use building should be primarily dedicated for non-residential uses. That second part of that is that residential units are not permitted on the ground floor of a mixed-use building, with the exception of this. Accessory uses for the residential uses within that mixed-use building shall not exceed 25% of the total ground floor area. So that those accessory uses to the residential units, which should be on the second and third floor above, could include things like a fitness center or a community room. So things that are just accessory, but not the residential units themselves will not be permitted on the first floor. And those accessory uses on the ground floor shall not front on the primary roadway. So again, what we're trying to create is a mixed-use building and to give that mixed-use development visibility from the roadway. And so we cannot have the accessory use or residential use fronting on the primary roadway. And so by this amendment, we are requiring the accessory uses to not front on the roadway. And the second part, V or 5, parking spaces enclosed or unenclosed within, shall not be within the building footprint. That might have been one way to kind of game the system where you provide parking within the footprint of the building itself and taking up some of that square footage. But again, the intent is to have leasable commercial space within the first floor and not have it taken up by covered parking or anything within the building footprint. And 6 and 7 really goes without saying. The permitted uses on the ground floor shall be consistent with those found in Table 6.3 of the MPD agreement. And the final part of this is that the development standards shall be consistent with those found in Table 6.4 of the MPD agreement. So probably the bigger part of this amendment is this phrase right here, that notwithstanding the cap on the number of residential units within the DRI, a property owner, again, within the urban core and who desires to develop a mixed-use building with the declarant's written consent may request to convert some of their non-residential square footage to residential units. Again, but only applicable if it is a mixed-use building within the town urban core area of town center. The fourth amendment, to create rules or fences for walls needed for security. Again, allow a maximum height of 8 feet within the perimeter of the property, and to be as part of an approved or required landscape buffer plan, meeting the requirements of the city's land development code, and upon approval by the city and town center architectural review board. So again, this will ensure that the fences or walls, if it does go to that 8 feet high, will maintain its aesthetic consistency with the standards established for the town center PUD. And finally, some housekeeping items, section 5.3. I think there was just a remnant phrase there from a previous amendment, so we're just going to delete that in order to clarify section 5.3. And the last part of this is there was a reference in 5.3J2 that refers to an exhibit A, and this is just to clarify that the exhibit A referred to is not the exhibit A within the PUD development agreement, which is the legal description for the PUD. The exhibit A it's referring to is to a minor modification to the PUD agreement that was dated December 21, 2007. So staff's analysis finds that this proposed amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan policies to, again, continue to provide opportunities for development of mixed-use projects, provide opportunities to provide housing opportunities near services, to provide opportunities in areas served by infrastructure, and to provide variety in housing opportunities. It's consistency with land development code criteria. Again, it's consistent with the comp plan. There is no conflict with the public interest. There is no significant liability or hardship for the city here. The development remains within the boundaries established for town center. There's no unreasonable hazard or nuisance to be created by this amendment to the general health, welfare, safety of the city's inhabitants. And this project still must comply with other local, state, or federal regulations as applicable. Planning Board did hear this item and recommends that, and found that the proposed amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the criteria within the Land Development Code, and recommends that City Council approve the proposed amendments to the Town Center. And the applicant is here and is available for any questions.
City Council, questions on the presentation from Mr. Papa?
I have none at the moment.
Councilwoman Pontieri?
I have a few. Thank you for the presentation. I'm excited to see Town Center kind of be revamped a little bit. Really excited to see the mixed use come into play. My questions are really surrounding two large things. One, how do we ensure we're not continuing to just see residential, seeing commercial also being developed? Is there anything that's requiring, hey, if we develop 25% more residential, we also have to develop 25% commercial? Is there anything that dictates that this needs to be done congruently in any way, or could we just potentially see all residential and then eventually if commercial comes online, it comes online?
As for the proposed amendment that we have here, again, it's for a mixed-use building. So, you know, that conversion of non-residential to residential units, I just don't see where somebody who's developing a mixed-use building will just maybe build the first floor and not the second. Well, I'm sorry. More than likely, if they build the first floor, then they've built the commercial portion of their mixed-use building.
Sure.
So it almost comes as a whole in order to make a project work, at least with this amendment.
Right, and I understand that, and that I'll piggyback on that in a second as far as my second question, but this is, I mean, we're not just talking about the urban core, right? We're talking about an entire PUD. So the outer parcels as well is also what I'm referring to.
Okay, so for the outer parcels, we're not recommending any changes at this point, but within the PUD, there's essentially not any threshold that has to be met in order to start requiring that you have commercial before you can do any more residential.
Yeah, and I recognize you're not asking for any changes on the out parcels, but we are in the zoning portion, so that's why I just had some questions regarding that. As far as the conversions that are possible, I would like the language added to the ordinance that limits the conversion availability to the urban core, because I think that's the intent, right?
Yeah.
And so it's page, so you guys don't have to hunt, page 316 of the packet. That's where it references starting on line 17 and going to line 23, notwithstanding the cap. It does reference the possible conversion, but it doesn't specify it to the urban core. So I'd like to see that language added.
Yeah, of course.
I had a couple questions that I understand these are not amendments, but while we're looking at this, I think it's important. And this might be a question for you, Fong. There's a reference to a speed limit of 30 miles per hour. It says maximum design speed on collector roads are 30 miles per hour. Being that this seems to have a lot of on-street parking, it seems to be that we're creating something that's walkable. Should that be reduced, or do we find that 30 miles per hour is safe?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. For the town center development, the original intent is for walkability. Mm-hmm. So the development was basically centered through Central Avenue between two roundabouts. Those are only locations that would have on-street parking. So it was determined that the posted speed limit during that in Central Avenue is posted originally 10 miles per hour, but it was a direction of the former city manager to post it at 15 miles per hour. Outside of that, as you can see, town center and beyond the two basically roundabouts, there are no on-street parking. So and it is designed in order to accommodate the 35 miles an hour. So it is a safe posted speed limit for that.
So it's our position that 30 is still, I mean, we're doing a speed study right now to possibly lower residential speeds to 25 miles per hour. So I'm just asking, while we're in here and we're doing this, is it maybe more prudent to look at whether or not this is still a safe speed limit, knowing what this project will become?
From my experience is that if it has been designed at a certain posted speed limit, if you conduct another study, it's more than likely it will recommend to increase the posted speed limit rather than to reduce it.
So to increase it above 30?
No, it's not 30.
It could be. If we conduct another study that was originally designed for that posted speed limit, more than likely it's going to be basically recommended for a higher posted speed limit. So rarely do I see a study that's going to reduce the posted speed limit.
So we're doing a traffic study now to look at from a safety perspective.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just having a really hard time picturing in my head how 30 miles per hour based on this project is safe. So, I mean, how do we come up with the determination that 30 in this project is going to be safe once it's built out?
Well, each roadway is basically designed based on geometric configuration.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the curve, radii of the road. Look at the basically safe recovery zones. And we look at all of that in order to basically have certain curvature that would meet a certain design speed limit. And once that is completed, then that's how you could see the radii out there on those roads. So those are basically, if you increase the posted speed limit, most likely you might have to amend a certain radii on the street. So when we designed that, it was basically adequate for the posted speed limit at this time.
Okay. It references roads, and again, this isn't a proposed amendment, but out of my curiosity, it says internal streets and alleys may be dedicated to the city of Palm Coast or may be privately owned and maintained by the Property Owners Association and the CDD, the Town Center CDD. That's in section 6.6. Is there a reason why the city of Palm Coast would be maintaining roads inside of a privately owned CDD?
During the development agreement, the DRI, when it went through, there's actually a map that illustrates the roads that the city would acquire. You know, that's like the main spine roads, Town Center Boulevard, that we would maintain. But we have when projects have been approved within their subdivision, we have not been accepting those neighborhood roads, just the main spine roads throughout Town Center.
Okay, so it's our decision as to whether or not we're going to accept any of these roads to maintain.
Well, we have to be consistent with the original DRI, what was agreed upon in early 2000s, right? And that's really the main corridors like Town Center Boulevard, what's the other one up here? Central Avenue, you know, but if there's a neighborhood that kind of cuts that main spine road and you're going through the neighborhood, then you know, it was council's policy not to accept those neighborhood roads to maintain those.
And between this and the DRI controls, right? So if there's any contradiction, the DRI would control?
That's true.
Okay. And then my last question, it's kind of similar to the last one. Services, all services for Town Center, including utilities, fire, solid waste, telephone, cable, all of these things are addressed in connection with the DRI. In the DRI, does it state that these are privately taken care of or that the city is in any way, shape, or form maintaining these services?
Services provided by the city will be maintained by the city. I mean, you have like internet providers that.
Obviously fire.
Yes.
That's an
yes,
obvious
ma'am.
one. So this current city services that apply to the rest of the city would apply to this as well, right? There's no difference?
To a certain extent. We have I guess just to get into some, not to belabor it, but we have a maintenance agreement with the Town Center CDD that sort of outlines what's our responsibility and what's their responsibility. Typically, landscaping along within the right-of-way is maintained by the city. But here in the DRI, By that agreement, the CDD is responsible for that maintenance, and that's because if, and at the time that was being negotiated, we would provide it with the same service that we provide with maintenance of the other right-of-ways within the city.
Okay.
And the CDD felt that, no, we'd like to maintain a little more, and so it is their focus to maintain that.
But everything else is pretty standard?
Yeah, pretty much, yes, ma'am, yeah.
Okay.
And I would say that's landscaping and the irrigation within the right-of-way is the CDD's responsibility.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Councilwoman Hyder, Councilman Clufus.
No, just excited to see the opportunity and the distinction of having data centers completely enumerated so that if there's any, not only this, but future data center projects, that it's very clear that they are very welcome here.
The timing of this is close because we're getting ready to see some results in the not too distant future, I would hope. If there are no other questions, I would open this item up to the public. If there are any members of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item at this time, please approach. Seeing no one come forward, I will, yes, ma'am. Come on up in the speaker. That's so just so we can hear you.
So, I'm D. Robles.
Introduce yourself for me.
I just said that.
Again, for
D.
the record.
Robles, okay. So I have a question about one of the slides at the bottom of the legend in a table. It says something about bed and breakfast. Like, I thought it was like townhouses to buy or rent. But in the bottom of one of them, there it is, lodging house, residential, including bed and breakfast. What does that mean?
Yeah, that's a permitted use within the town center DRI right now, and it's permitted within the urban core, the urban center. I'm sorry. the town business area and the town residential area. So there's, I'm sorry, it's permitted within the urban center. I can't see. But lodging house, which includes bed and breakfast, is a permitted, what that table is saying is that it's a permitted use right now, and it's permitted within those areas of the DRI, and so we're not changing it. There's no change to that.
So that's already current?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks, that's all I had.
Thank you for your question. Any other members of the public? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. I'll come back to the dais. Any additional discussion?
None.
Hold on.
I just have one more question, I'm sorry. At the end of this, there's a summary of amendments. Is that just for our benefit, or is that something that will be actually incorporated into the ordinance in any way?
No, ma'am. That's for council's benefit.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
It's kind of dynamic, so.
Sure.
Okay. Anyone else?
Done.
I would then, if there's no further discussion, I would ask for a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve amending.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Danko to approve the motion as stated. Is there a second? I have a second from Councilwoman Hyder. Any further discussion?
Yes, really quickly, is that motion to approve with the added language regarding the conversions only permitted to the urban core?
Mr. Vice Mayor, can you amend your?
Sure, absolutely. I'll
So,
amend it
Vice
to-
Mayor, Councilman Clufus, are you okay with the second
I
with
think that
the
was the
amended
original
motion?
intent, yeah.
Clerk, do you have that? Very good. Then I would go ahead and ask for the roll call.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Listen, I have tasked you all, and we've gone well past the hour. Are you willing to move a bit further, or do you need a 10-minute break?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Let's go. Counselor, if you would.
Okay.
Pass.
Well, next item is a resolution, a conversion to residential units within Town Center at Palm Coast Development of Regional Impact Development Order. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving the conversion of non-residential square footage to residential units as permitted by the first amended and restated Town Center at Palm Coast Development of Regional Impact Development Order, DRIDO, authorizing the city manager or designee to incorporate such changes into the DRIDO, authorizing the city manager or designee to record the amendments in an approved form, providing for execution, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for implementation actions, and providing an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial matter, subject to ex parte communication disclosures.
Thank you. Any ex parte, Vice Mayor?
None.
Anyone? Anyone? We've had no ex parte, so please proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Papa will have the presentation
Okay.
for this as well.
Good afternoon again. Mayor, members of City Council. This one is an amendment to the Town Center Development and Regional Impact Development Order. I won't go over the background. But what the request here is to convert non-residential entitlements to residential entitlements. And this request is currently permitted by the currently approved DRIDO. It's the conversion of present entitlements as laid out within the development order, within the adopted development order, is subject to the following. The declarant may convert up to 20% of that present entitlement, subject to notifying the city manager's designee, so that the conversions do not exceed 20%. The current number of permitted dwelling units within the DRI, within that amended DRIDO was 2,750. So 20% of that was 550. So the declarant exercised their right to that conversion in October 2022 by converting 90,760 square feet of retail commercial to 550 dwelling units. That brought the total number of residential entitlements within the DRI to 3,300 units. The development order requires that any conversion exceeding 20%, but cumulatively not to exceed 30%, must be approved by City Council. So City Council, so this is the request, to convert that remaining gap between the 20% and 30% to reach that 30% cap. So that additional conversion is will net an additional 275 dwelling units, which would then bring the total number of residential units within the DRIDO to 3,575. And what the applicant has requested is to convert 114,583 square feet of office use to get to that 275 residential units. So the conversion here is that 1,000, again, we're looking at traffic counts, so 1,000 square feet of office space is equivalent to 2.4 dwelling units, hence giving you the 114,583 square feet of office use necessary to get to the additional 275 dwelling units. This request maintains its consistency with the comprehensive plan. Nothing changes within the mixed-use land use designation for the DRI. The DRI continues to be available to provide opportunities for residents to work, shop, engage in recreational activities, and to attend school and religious services in reasonable close proximity to residential dwellings. Nothing within this proposed amendment will impede that capacity or capability. Our comp plan requires land use patterns to be efficient and not disproportionately increase the cost of providing and maintaining public facilities, as well as providing housing and transportation strategies that will foster energy conservation. Staff views that this proposed amendment is consistent with that policy. The amendments do not impact the opportunity to create more efficient land use. This amendment will allow additional residential units within services within proximity of each other, again, without significantly impacting the ability to provide the necessary services to serve those residential uses. And again, this amendment will not expand beyond the current boundaries of the DRI development order, so this amendment is in an area served within the infrastructure, and with any other development within the city, when they come in for a site plan or plat approval, a review of their facility impacts will be reviewed at that time to ensure that there's adequate water and sewer treatment capacity available to serve the needs of that additional 275 dwelling units. And again, there is no impact in terms of traffic, because again, the exchange between the non-residential land use to residential land use is based on the traffic generation produced by the office use, and what that converts to in terms of additional residential units. So under its findings, we find the criteria, this is consistent with the comprehensive plan. There's no additional impact on previously identified protected areas. Should have a positive impact on the economy. Again, adding rooftops to an area where you still have about 5 million square feet, in the end, 5 million square feet of potential non-residential uses. It's compatible with surrounding land uses. The amendments will only immediately impact properties contained within the town center DRI, and there is a legitimate public purpose promoting the continued development of town center. Planning Land Development Regulation Board held a public hearing on this item and on this proposed amendment, and found this amendment or conversion of land use consistent with the comprehensive plan, and recommends that City Council approve the proposed amendment to the Town Center DRIDO. And applicant is here, available to answer any questions.
Any questions from City Council members on this presentation?
Do we know where these conversions are going to take place? What tract?
At this time, maybe the applicant can answer that better than we can. To me, once you convert, those dwelling units are available for any parcel that would allow.
Yeah, I understand, because it's an entitlement, so it could presumably go anywhere. I just wasn't sure if we knew. And the reason I ask is because if we know that in conjunction with what we just approved, the urban core, there can be conversions. I'm trying to figure out from here how many further units could be converted in the future from commercial nature to residential nature. Do we know that number?
I think that's, any number I provide would be a guess, because I guess within that urban core area, you would be allowed to convert that non-residential entitlement to a residential entitlement, only capped by the height limits or the parking requirements on the site to determine how many more units, how many residential units you might be able to have, again, as part of a mixed-use development.
Yeah, I just feel like I don't have enough information at this point to really make an educated decision. How many stories up can we go in the urban core right now?
I believe it is 80 feet.
How many stories does that translate to?
Typically 12 feet per story, so that's about
high.
six stories.
Okay. Give me 1 second here. Before second read, if I could ask of staff, the ordinance references tables 3B and 3C. I don't see a reference to 3B and 3C. I'd just like to know what we're looking at. Again, I just feel a little, I have to say, a little inadequately prepared to really vote on this right now, because it seems like there's a lot of unknowns as far as where the entitlements are, where we have current, do we have a table at all anywhere that shows what residential versus commercial entitlements there are in each one of these tracts?
We do. We can provide that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we could make sure that's in the packet next time as
In
well,
terms
that
of
would be
what's been
helpful.
sold in terms of entitlements, we can.
Correct. Obviously, there's unsold entitlements we don't
Yes,
know,
of
but the
course.
sold entitlements, I would like to see that list.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes,
per
ma'am.
tract.
We can work on that.
That would be helpful. And then, yeah, those tables. So, thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Hyder, questions?
No questions.
Councilman Clufus, any
Additional
questions?
items would be helpful. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll look forward to those in the next read. I would open this, anything else from staff?
No, sir.
Okay. I'll open this item up for the public. If there are any members of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item at this time, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, I will close public comment. Any final discussion by City Council at this time?
I have none.
I would ask for a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
I'm sorry.
Hold on 1 second. Hold that motion.
This is a
Mr. Papa.
resolution. This is the only reading for this, so
Sorry, it's a yes. Apologies.
So this is the only reading for this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, then I will still go ahead and make that motion to.
Well, yeah, but you still want the information, right?
Well, I'm not going to vote on it. I don't have enough
No,
information
no, I
right now
understand, but
sitting
you'll
in
still
front.
get, you'll still get a copy of the information, so you have
Well,
it.
okay, but I don't know what good it does. So I'll wait. There's a motion on the floor, so
Okay.
I'll wait for discussion.
All right, say your motion.
All right, I'll second the motion.
Say it again.
I'm sorry, Nick, did you say
No,
something?
no, Vice Mayor, you were making a motion, go ahead.
Yes, I was making a motion for approval.
Yep, and I would second it.
And a second by Councilman Clufus. Now I'll open it up for discussion.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm in favor of the project overall. I just don't feel like I have enough information to vote in favor of a conversion when I don't know what future conversions could possibly look like at this time. That's my only discussion point. I would actually, if a motion weren't pending, I would actually ask that we put this, because we have to have a second reading for the previous item we just looked at, move it so that we do have that information prior to voting on it to the next business meeting so that we are properly prepared, but that's just my position.
I mean, the only comment I would make back to that, I understand, although it is fraught with probabilities and uncertainties in terms of who that business model or business models would appeal to in terms of the conversions. I mean, you could do an infinite number of potential conversions, I think.
Well, this is more of a, I think, a high-level issue for me, is that we are voting on something that we don't even have the proper references for tables for a complete ordinance, arguably, included. So this is more of a conceptual type of, like, I can't vote on something that I don't feel is complete in the packet. I don't know what I'm looking at. So that's just my overall comment for
Okay.
this specific issue.
All right, fair enough. Accepted. Okay. Have a motion, have a second. Any other discussion?
No, I mean, should that really preempt what we're trying to do here? If we're talking to staff, I mean, this is pretty typical when it's just asking for modification like this, right? Just help me understand that.
Well, yeah, you're right, it is, but it's asking for a change, which is adding 275 dwelling units when we don't know what possible conversions are possible in the future. So, and I think my bigger issue, and we've seen this with some things that have come before us in the past month or two specifically, where perhaps exhibits are out of order, or not included, not attached, whatever it may be. So I think there's a bigger issue here, and I think this is maybe a shout out to staff to make sure that before things come before us, we have all the tables, we have all the exhibits, so that we know exactly what we're voting on. Because we have an ordinance right now that, again, references tables that aren't included. So that's just to answer your question, my issue.
Okay. Fair, understood. And if I look back at the packet, the percentage that we're asking here is very minimal, right? If I
It is.
Gotcha.
It is. Mm-hmm.
So I appreciate your shout out to staff, Councilwoman, on preparation in the future. I appreciate that. So with that, I'll go ahead and call the vote.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus? Councilmember Pontieri?
No.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
Move to resolution I-12. Counselor, if you would do me the honor.
It's a resolution abandonment of the State Road 100 property development of regional impact, a resolution of the City Council of Palm Coast, Flagler County, Florida, consenting to and approving abandonment of the State Road 100 property development of regional impact pursuant to Section 380.06, subparagraph 11, Florida statutes, and providing for direction to the city clerk relative to recording a notice of abandonment as authorized by this resolution.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. This is it's basically a cleanup item. You may recall back in July 18, 2023, the City Council approved the Coquina Shores Master Plan Development Agreement. So this was an old DRI that really the plan has changed, and you have taken previous action on the comp plan and the zoning, and this is just a cleanup that we can have on the record to abandon the DRI itself.
Okay. Vice Mayor there?
I'm sorry.
No. So this has been described as kind of an administrative cleanup item from a prior day. Any questions?
No, I have none.
Anyone? No. We have no questions. I would open it up to the public for any member of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time. Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. Back to the dais. If there's no further discussion, I would ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion for approval.
Vice Mayor has made a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second it.
Councilman Clufus has seconded the motion. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? I'll make sure the clerk has the count. We now move to the consent agenda, so I would ask city council members first, are there any items on the consent agenda you'd like special treatment?
I don't want to, oh, go ahead, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to ask to yank an item, I just want to make sure I have the facts correct on this, because I've had several people contact me on item number 23. Is it correct that we cannot put up stop signs or change speed limits without state approval? Is that correct? Or can we put up stop signs?
City manager, who can we call on?
Carl.
Let's make sure we understand this correctly. Good question.
Yeah, it wouldn't require state approval on a local road. What it does require is that we do, on a stop sign, that we do perform a signal warrant study. So it has to meet certain requirements per MUTCD, which is referenced in the state statutes under DOT requirements. So that is and we reference DOT as our standard for our roadways. So it's kind of done through interpolation, but the warrant study has to be done for a stop sign, and then the speed study, you have to do an investigation, and that's what we're doing today to look at that.
So this would encompass that, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, this is going to encompass lowering the speed limits, or whether we can, and then we added in the Cimarron Drive, 2 intersections on Cimarron Drive, and you see in your packet the change was made for that.
Great, thank you very much. I have nothing I want to yank.
Nothing that I'd like to pull, but I did have a question regarding item number 22, the concession lease. I see that we were not able to change the language regarding the 4-hour. Do we have any idea what their intent is on operation of this concession?
Good afternoon, City Council. The 4 hours was determined by the vendor to keep those 4 hours just to our weekend operations. It was going to be 6 hours of operations only. That's why they wanted to keep those 4 hours in there.
Okay. I did see that you all were able to change the extension period, so appreciate the work on that. That's all I had.
That's it? Okay.
Thank you.
It seems to have met with pretty generally nice approval throughout the community for this particular vendor, so we keep our fingers crossed for the best, right? Are there any other questions from city council members on the consent agenda?
There's a kitchen joke about that somewhere, but it's pickleball related, so.
I would open up the consent agenda for the public. Are there any comments from the public on the consent agenda? Quickly.
Run, Greg.
Not you. Not you. I'm talking about him quickly, not you.
Very quickly, I just wanted to speak in support of Jody and Redefined Foods Company on the concession lease for the Southern Recreation Center. Chamber member, we support her. I think it's going to work out really well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And yes, ma'am.
In item 22, I agree with Councilwoman Pontieri. The whole city is so much concerned about all these consultant studies that have taken place basically because of Florida Park Drive. And so far, we had very little positive results for the people that is affected road front. And we need to make sure, our council and mayor need to make sure that these alleged studies requested by the state are correct, are really requested by the state, because, we as a residents cannot get into all those research regarding if this is correct or not. Like, for example, myself, I called the Department of Environmental Protection. Better say, I called the state, and they directed me to the Department of Environmental Protection. And, I spoke with a very nice gentleman, which I put his phone number for all of you on my email to all of you. And he just told me, no, you were right out loud if you've been told that the city cannot have or county an ordinance regarding the clearing of lots burned. It's their authority to create an ordinance. And I was told that by the state, so it's very little what we can do sometimes, so, because in the past we were told that. And we want to make sure that these expensive studies are really needed, because we have paid so many studies in Florida Park Drive, and the record shows it. And now we have one more, and the results are not really seen. So I'm asking, please, sometimes we cannot rely 100% on staff. I live here since '91. And I am disappointed of some of the things that have taken place. So you need to really research if it's really, staff might be on error sometimes, okay? Or might have other reasons why. So you really need to check the stuff. That's the work for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there are no other comments from the public, I'll close public comment on the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion by city council members?
None.
Then I would, all in favor, please signify by saying,
I'll make a motion to
Sorry, I
approve
thought I
the
had-
consent agenda.
I'm in second.
I apologize, I thought we had the motion. So I have a motion from Vice Mayor Danko to approve, a second by Councilman Clufus. Any further discussion by city council members? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. We now move to final public participation. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on something that have not commented on earlier?
Sorry. I'm Dee Robles. My name didn't change. But anyways, I have a question. I know everyone fills out those cards for concerns. I was just wondering, is there a site where that's inputted so then the townspeople can see it? So then in case they have that concern, it's not repeated, they know what to expect as the response?
So this one time, City Manager, can you just weigh in on that? It's a rather good suggestion. It has to do with the comment cards.
Sure. No, I appreciate the suggestion. So we manage these comments through a case management program. It's on a platform that helps us with our customer service needs for the citizens. It is not available to the public. We treat this as for that resident's benefit that is completing the card, because sometimes it takes having a conversation to help on technical matters and to work through their concerns. Let's just say traffic. If a resident has concerns about traffic, sometimes it takes us going away and doing technical evaluations, sometimes even with our sheriff's partners. So today, that is not publicly available, meaning posted on the public site.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I think that would be a very good idea, that we can share that. That way the townspeople that don't come here, at least they know that all of you are working on it, or someone's working on it, on the concern, that they weren't able to come and fill out a card.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
That's
I
all.
appreciate the communication
Thank you,
concept.
guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. With that, I will close public comment for the meeting today, and I will ask for city council members, any final comments for
For the sake
today?
of getting us out of here today, I have nothing.
Yeah.
I wish I could say the same.
But do.
I know you do. So I just want to, based on where we left off from the presentation at the beginning, I would like to make a motion to have staff come back to us at the February 6th, I believe that's a business meeting, with some information with regards to, or some plan of action, or if it has to be at the next workshop, whatever it is that staff determines, city manager, maybe this is your determination, but how we're going to enforce our drainage codes that I spoke about earlier in our ordinances, and also what proposed changes we can make to the LDC to incorporate a lot of what we spoke about today, i.e. looking at Flagler Beach's current code of ordinances and seeing what we can incorporate to further strengthen our own issues that we know we're encountering. Because yes, we made some steps today with the technical manual. I'm grateful for that. There's more to be done. I think we all agree to that. So rather than just saying it, I'm making a motion that staff come back and present both enforcement tactics and legislative changes to the LDC.
Need a motion, or is that just a request to city manager?
It's a motion. I want a motion made that we are in agreement that those things should be brought back before us, so that we can see them come forward again.
Wasn't that
So there's a
incorporated?
motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Wasn't that incorporated, though, in the motion
I'm
that
gonna
we
need
made prior?
a second.
Well,
before
he's
we
asking for
discuss it.
clarification. I think we should get his clarification.
So do you have, are you seconding for
Second for
discussion? We have a
discussion.
second for discussion.
But I'm,
So, Councilwoman Pontier, my only issue with your motion is, it's a long list that you've asked for. I'm concerned about the timeline to fulfill it. In other words, I'm concerned if staff dropped everything they do to get to those answers. That's my only concern is,
Well, I think we need to prioritize this. If we haven't heard anything from this dais consistently, it's been, despite, I think, what a lot of public comments were today, we've all prioritized this. So,
I'm reluctant to, without a
it's
a
three
more
sections
generous
of our
life-
code, Mayor.
What's that?
It's three, I can email the sections of our code. It's three sections of our code.
No, it's not the sections of the code. I know how to read those as well. It's all of the engineering and technical information that goes into debating those issues. I mean, it's quite as being an engineer, it's an engineering feat to accomplish those on thousands of lots that are not related in many different ways. I'm just concerned about staff's time in meeting your deadline.
I'm asking that they just come forward with us with a plan of action as to what they're doing. Not that they have solutions.
Okay.
That they
that's
have a
better.
plan of action with regards to, okay.
Plan of action I'm okay with.
For enforcement of the certain sections of our code, and then what other ordinances are they looking at currently to see if we can implement into our own LDC? That's what
I
I'm
just
asking
want to
for.
make sure for
Oh,
clarification.
hold on one second. So the motion was amended. Are you okay with that amendment? Because you seconded it?
Sure, but I'm just, I thought that was already incorporated prior. So we're asking how we enforce the three sections of or the enforcement of those three sections?
The plan.
Okay, and then the plan? I thought that was just incorporated
No.
in the earlier motion.
Okay,
That was
so,
part of the motion that we made
Yeah.
on forming the committee for staff to look at surrounding areas.
No, it's
find
not.
out what they're doing, if it's legal, if
Is
we
it-
can
is it
enforce
different
them.
than the motion that was made?
I think we're all kind of on the same page here.
no, I mean, we're close, but we're not on the same sheet of music. So specifically what I'm asking for is, I would like our staff to present to us how they are enforcing chapter 24, section 24-156, 24-158, and 24-159. Those are the enforcement, that's where we get our teeth to and actually enforce our codes for drainage.
So you're asking how we enforce those?
What are we doing to enforce those on the current lots that are experiencing, if anything,
Okay,
that are
and what
experiencing
timeline are you
flooding?
asking that for?
I think the next workshop is fine. I don't think it's appropriate for a business meeting, but the next workshop, so that's February 12th?
13th, I believe.
Okay, so almost a month. I
Okay.
don't,
All right, so there's a motion on the floor. Everybody seems to understand it. And there's a second. Do you agree with the amended?
Sure, it's just to bring us back how they're enforcing those.
Right.
Understood.
Yeah, as long as we understand.
Do we need a motion for
that? Or we can have a
Well, she
consensus,
asked
I
for a
don't
motion.
care.
it can be consensus if it's just coming back at a
So,
workshop.
yeah,
I just don't
consensus.
want to let this hang out
Because I
there.
don't have the public to go out to right now. So if we could have unanimity and consensus, would that be
That's fine.
satisfactory?
That's
Cool.
fine.
Yes, yes,
Yep.
yes. You have unanimity and consensus. So in that February workshop, we'll be looking forward to that on the agenda.
And then to clarify, thank you, Mayor, to clarify Vice Mayor Danko's motion that passed earlier with regards to the additions to the technical manual, Mr. Cody, was that also going to include the language regarding the 22 inches? Okay, you're nodding your head yes. Thank you. I appreciate that
That's a big nod
clarification.
yes from the back of the room.
Yes. Okay. The only other thing, if there's any suggestions for, from my colleagues for me to bring to the multi-municipality meeting, now's the last time to kind of put those out there. So that's it. Just let me know.
And
Thank
we'll
you.
be going together, so I'll ask as well. Okay. Any final comments from city council members?
No.
Councilman Close. So with that, anything from council? Any final comments for today? City manager, you're up.
Yes, in your packet, you have your monthly emergency and sole source purchases. Any questions? No questions. Nothing further, Mayor. Thank you.
With that, I would ask for a motion.
That motion.
I have a motion to adjourn. May I have a second? I have a second. We are adjourned.